Buenos días. Orden en la sesión de la Comisión de Servicios Armados. Se ha convocado una serie de sesiones para considerar el nombramiento del señor Pete Hegseth para secretario de Defensa. En este momento, a la luz del continuado sufrimiento y las muertes en Los Ángeles y sus alrededores, quisiera pedirle a mis colegas y a los miembros de la audiencia que ofrezcamos un momento de silencio. Amén. Gracias. También quiero aprovechar esta oportunidad para darle gracias a mi buen amigo Jack Reed. Esta es mi primera oportunidad presidiendo esta comisión en este Congreso. Quiero agradecerle al senador Reed, bajo cuya gestión demostró una y otra vez que tiene un profundo interés en la seguridad nacional y en los Estados Unidos de América, particularmente los hombres y mujeres que llevan nuestro uniforme y que velan para proteger a Estados Unidos. Senador Reed, gracias por las múltiples cortesías que me ha extendido en el pasado y estoy ansioso por seguir trabajando con usted de manera bipartidista en este Congreso. También es apropiado reconocer y darle la bienvenida a 3 senadores que están participando en su primera audiencia de la Comisión de Servicios Armados como miembros. El senador Banks de Indiana, el senador Sheehy de Montana y el senador Slotkin. Nos complace tenerlos como colegas en la comisión y estamos ansiosos por las contribuciones de cada uno de ustedes. Y viéndose al final, senador Slotkin, hace una semana o algo así estaba yo sentado en ese mismo puesto, reconociendo al presidente de la comisión. El tiempo vuela. Déjenme decirles lo siguiente. Hemos tenido expresiones muy apropiadas de aprobación de parte de miembros de la audiencia cuando el nominado y su familia ingresaron. El líder de la minoría y yo esperamos que sea la última demostración de aprobación o desaprobación en la audiencia de hoy. Los miembros del público están aquí, son bienvenidos para presenciar esta audiencia y el senador Reed y yo estamos de acuerdo en que no se permitirán perturbaciones. Los miembros del público no pueden causar distracciones verbales o levantar pancartas o hacer cualquier cosa que afecte la vista del público. Esto lo tomamos muy en serio y quienes hagan esto serán escoltados inmediatamente fuera de la sala. Así que, una vez más, bienvenidos, testigos, amigos y distinguidos miembros del público. Si fuera confirmado, el señor Pete Hegseth asumiría su cargo en un momento crucial. Estados Unidos se enfrenta el ambiente de seguridad más peligroso desde la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Estamos viendo el crecimiento explosivo del poder de China. También observamos el surgimiento de un eje de agresores. Esa coalición se caracteriza por ampliar y profundizar la cooperación militar entre los dictadores de China, Rusia, Irán y Corea del Norte. El terrorismo sigue siendo una amenaza, mientras Israel está librando su guerra contra Hamas y Hezbollah y después del colapso del régimen de Assad en Siria. Estados Unidos ha entrado a una ventana de máximo peligro y el departamento necesita un liderazgo enérgico y bien enfocado. Eso sigue siendo fundamental para el secretario de Defensa. Muchos de mis distinguidos colegas han tenido puestos significativos en esta comisión y debemos reflexionar sobre las audiencias de otros secretarios de defensa y debemos preguntarnos si el liderazgo civil del Pentágono bajo gobiernos de ambos partidos ha estado a la altura de las circunstancias. Con frecuencia la respuesta ha sido que no. El liderazgo civil no ha estado a la altura de los requerimientos del Departamento de Defensa. Y este es el momento de corregir eso. Algunos ejemplos de cómo algunos líderes en el pasado se han quedado cortos. Muchos programas del departamento se han atrasado sustancialmente con costos exorbitantes. El programa de misiles ICBM y la serie de fragatas Constelación. El departamento necesita líderes civiles que escuchen el consejo de comandantes militares, quienes están al tanto de sistemas innovadores. Sin embargo, la cultura del Departamento de Defensa ha mantenido estos avances al otro lado del llamado Valle de la Muerte. Ese tenue periodo entre los prototipos y la producción, empresas de defensa reciben menos del 1% de los contratos de defensa. Como sabemos, el Pentágono todavía no puede aprobar una auditoría. El departamento debe simplificar su burocracia para que pueda responder a la innovación. El personal se ha disparado, las organizaciones son demasiado pesadas en la cima, hay que recortar la burocracia y todos los días, hombres y mujeres en uniforme hacen enormes contribuciones a la seguridad de los Estados Unidos. Ellos y el pueblo de los Estados Unidos merecen que el Pentágono haga otro tanto. Hoy en día el Departamento de Defensa no está preparado para una competencia de poder. No está preparado para alcanzar y mantener la supremacía tecnológica en todo el ámbito de sus operaciones. Este nombramiento es poco convencional. El candidato es poco convencional, igual que el urbanizador de Nueva York, que anunció allí su candidatura presidencial. Eso es lo que puede hacer del señor Hegseth una opción excelente para corregir este status quo que mencioné. Él es un veterano condecorado después del 11 de septiembre. Él puede darle al Pentágono un espíritu que pueda permear de arriba abajo. Él puede transformar la democracia y se va a concentrar en los combatientes, en la misión fundamental del departamento, disuadir guerras y las que sean inevitables, ganarlas. Él actuará activamente contra culturas corrosivas como las de diversidad e inclusión. Puede optimizar las transiciones tecnológicas y reformas del servicio civil. El señor Hegseth puede corregir estos puntos de manera decisiva. En corto, tengo confianza en que el señor Hegseth, apoyado por oficiales de experiencia, puede hacer su trabajo. La posición de secretario de Defensa es sumamente importante, pero su nivel de control es limitado. El Pentágono tiene más de 3 millones de miembros de su personal, civiles, uniformados y contratistas. Y el secretario debe entender que manejar ese barco requiere concentrarse en prioridades estratégicas. El secretario debe tener excelentes subordinados que manejen el día a día de las funciones de la Secretaría de Defensa y de los distintos componentes del departamento. También confío en que, como miembro de Fuerzas de Infantería, el señor Hegseth entiende los principios del comando, comunicar claramente los objetivos y empoderar a los subordinados para que usen su iniciativa y hacer que cada quien sea responsable. No podemos subestimar la importancia de tener a un comunicador preeminente como secretario de Defensa. Aparte del presidente, nadie más tiene un papel más importante informándole a los miembros de los servicios armados, al Congreso y al público sobre la necesidad de tener una política de defensa de paz gracias a la fuerza. Estoy seguro que el señor Hegseth se va a destacar donde muchos de sus predecesores se han quedado cortos. Se ha hablado mucho de la vida personal del señor Hegseth y sus comentarios políticos. Respecto a su comportamiento personal, el señor Hegseth ha admitido tener fallas, como todas las tenemos de tanto en tanto. No hay duda que la mayoría de las acusaciones lanzadas contra el señor Hegseth vienen de fuentes anónimas. Esto se puede contrastar con las múltiples cartas públicas de apoyo y recomendación. Hemos visto gente que ha servido con el señor Hegseth. Estos individuos han trabajado con él profesionalmente. Realmente lo conocen su carácter. Estos estadounidenses patriotas han estado dispuestos a comprometer sus nombres y su reputación para apoyar al señor Hegseth. Estoy ansioso por combatir esta audiencia con el pueblo estadounidense. Voy a mencionar una de esas expresiones del señor Belavia, recipiendario de Medalla de Honor por actos heroicos en Fallujah, Irak. David Belavia escribe lo siguiente: Pete es un individuo que sabe enfrentar el conflicto de frente. Es indomable. Si es confirmado como secretario de Defensa, el país tendrá el privilegio de tener un verdadero embajador capaz de hablar en nombre de esta generación y su guerra de 2 décadas contra el terrorismo. Washington no genera hombres como Pete. Se forjan en combate. Como he dicho, hay otras cartas de respaldo. Hoy vamos a escuchar directamente al nominado. Le agradezco al señor Hegseth, así como a sus seres queridos que nos acompañan hoy. Estoy ansioso por hablar de su nombramiento y quiero escucharlo sobre la forma en que espera reconstruir la fortaleza de Estados Unidos que garantiza la paz. Y ahora le doy la palabra a mi amigo y colega, el señor Reid, para sus declaraciones iniciales. Gracias, señor presidente, y primero que nada lo felicito por su presidencia y estoy ansioso por mantener la tradición de bipartidismo en nuestra comisión, la tradición de colaboración. Gracias por su servicio de múltiples años. También quisiera tomar un momento para darle la bienvenida a nuestros nuevos miembros, los senadores Lotkin, Banks y Sheehy. Bienvenidos. Estamos ansiosos por trabajar con ustedes. Señor Hegseth, le doy la bienvenida a usted y a su familia a la audiencia de hoy. Y también quisiera reconocer a mi antiguo colega Noam Cohen y al congresista Mike Wong. Señor Hegseth, quisiera comenzar diciéndole que yo respeto y aprecio su servicio militar en la Guardia Nacional. Sé por experiencia que no hay mayor privilegio que el de guiar a soldados estadounidenses y le agradezco por haber respondido. Usted ha sido nominado para secretario de Defensa. El secretario de Defensa tiene la responsabilidad de manejar a militares y civiles y maneja un presupuesto de más de $9,000 millones anuales y está a cargo de una flota de buques, submarinos, satélites y más. También tiene un papel muy importante frente a nuestros aliados y adversarios en el mundo. Y como os he dicho, China busca socavar nuestros intereses, trata de intimidar a nuestros amigos y retarnos en el mundo. La campaña de Rusia contra Ucrania amenaza no solamente a Europa, sino a todo el orden global. La violencia en el Oriente Medio nos ha puesto al borde de una guerra abierta y las ideologías extremistas amenazan a nuestros ciudadanos, aún dentro de nuestro propio país, como se puso de manifiesto con la reciente tragedia en Nueva Orleans. Estos son momentos de peligro y la posición de secretario de Defensa requiere un líder de experiencia sin paralelo, sabiduría y sobre todo carácter. Se espera que el secretario sea un líder justo y no partidista y un defensor confiable de los hombres y mujeres que va a comandar. Señor Hegseth, yo no creo que usted está calificado para esa posición. Debemos reconocer los preocupantes reportes sobre su persona. Múltiples fuentes lo han implicado en quebrantar las normas de la guerra, mal manejo financiero, comentarios racistas y sexistas, hombres y mujeres en uniforme, abuso de alcohol, abuso y acoso sexual y otros puntos. Yo he revisado muchas de estas alegaciones y me parecen extremadamente alarmantes. De hecho, analizando sus escritos y su supuesta conducta, descalificarían a cualquiera para una posición de liderazgo en las Fuerzas Armadas. menos aún para ser secretario de Defensa. Sin embargo, entiendo que usted ha rechazado muchos de estos reportes por venir de fuentes anónimas, incluyendo de personas que han enfrentado intimidación política por sus comentarios. Espero que usted se refiera a estas alegaciones de manera franca en su testimonio y espero que usted se comprometa a que no habrá repercusiones contra estas personas si usted fuera confirmado. En nuestra reunión la semana pasada usted dijo que si fuera confirmado, su mayor prioridad sería devolverle al Departamento de Defensa la cultura del guerrero, porque usted piensa que la corrección política ha debilitado a las Fuerzas Armadas de Estados Unidos. Usted ha dejado en claro qué es lo que opina de los planes de diversidad en las Fuerzas Armadas, diciendo que la fortaleza está en la unidad, no en la diversidad. Y usted ha dicho, no deberíamos tener mujeres en posiciones de combate. Yo entré en los años 70 al ejército. En aquel entonces abundaban las tensiones raciales, las mujeres no podían servir en la mayoría de los servicios, estaba prohibido el servicio militar de homosexuales. Los soldados con los que yo serví lo hicieron con orgullo, pero no eran la Fuerza Armada más capaz que haya tenido el país. Hemos progresado mucho desde entonces. Hoy en día el Departamento de Defensa está plenamente integrado, se aceptan todas las razas y religiones, las mujeres sirven en posiciones de combate y de liderazgo, la orientación sexual es irrelevante y nuestra fuerza voluntaria es un reflejo de la nación que protege. El país es más diverso que nunca, pero especialmente nuestras fuerzas son más letales que nunca. Esto no es coincidencia, señor Hegseth. Espero que usted explique por qué usted piensa que esa diversidad debilita a las Fuerzas Armadas y cómo propone usted corregir eso sin socavar el liderazgo militar o afectar el nivel de preparación, reclutamiento y retención. Señor Hegseth, otra cosa que me preocupa de su nombramiento es su desdén por las normas de conflicto y su apoyo a individuos acusados de crímenes de guerra. Usted ha hablado de perdonar a militares que han amenazado a sus compañeros de armas. Ellos fueron denunciados por otros miembros de servicios armados y hay uno que está acusado de matar a 14 ciudadanos iraquíes sin causa. Usted también ha hablado de restablecer métodos de interrogación calificados como tortura, como los ahogamientos simulados. En su libro, La guerra contra los guerreros, usted dice, ¿debemos acatar la Convención de Ginebra? Si nuestros soldados se ven obligados a acatar normas arbitrarias y responder ante tribunales internacionales, quizá estaríamos mejor si libramos las guerras bajo nuestras propias normas. Quisiera que me explicara cómo puede mantener el orden y la disciplina en las Fuerzas Armadas y el apoyo de nuestros aliados y socios si rechaza el derecho internacional y las leyes de la guerra. También me preocupan sus capacidades como administrador de organizaciones menos complejas que el Departamento de Defensa. De 2008 a 2010, usted estuvo al frente de la organización Veteranos por la Libertad, con un presupuesto anual de menos de $10 millones. En cada uno de los años que usted estuvo a cargo, los gastos excedieron los ingresos hasta que la organización estuvo al borde de la bancarrota y tuvo que pasar a ser otro grupo. De hecho, de acuerdo con reportes públicos, una auditoría forense reveló mal manejo financiero. Debo destacar que este reporte no se ha puesto a disposición de ninguna entidad gubernamental, lo cual me parece alarmante. Pero un asesor republicano durante ese periodo, quien leyó el reporte, dice, yo lo he visto manejar mal la organización, he visto cómo perdió la confianza de los donantes, la organización colapsó y tuvo que fusionarse con otra entidad cuyos individuos manejaron la estructura de manera más responsable. No sé cómo pudiera él manejar una organización con un presupuesto de $857 mil millones. Y el único acceso que tenemos es a este reporte. Lo mismo ocurrió con Concerned Veterans for America, un grupo que usted encabezó de 2011 a 2016. Durante esos 5 años, los documentos revelan que la organización gastó más de lo que recibía. También son preocupantes los reportes que se incurrió en deuda sustancial con eventos sociales, fiestas, donde hubo bebidas excesivas y comportamiento cuestionable. Señor Hegseth, quisiera que usted nos dijera cómo puede ser un buen custodio del presupuesto del Departamento de Defensa. También me parece inaceptable que usted no se haya reunido con otros miembros demócratas de esta comisión antes de la audiencia, como ha sido nuestra tradición bipartidista. Durante mi tiempo en el Senado, yo he votado por secretarios de defensa designados por republicanos. Aunque podemos estar en desacuerdo ideológico, esto no debe incidir cuando se trata de elegir a quien va a liderar a nuestros hombres y mujeres de uniforme. Y me preocupan sus múltiples comentarios como comentarista y en escritos públicos. Por ejemplo, en su libro American Crusade usted escribe, cito, los izquierdistas modernos, que son la esencia del Partido Demócrata, odian los ideales fundacionales de Estados Unidos. Y también escribió, la otra parte, la izquierda, no es amiga nuestra. No somos colegas, ni somos simplemente adversarios políticos, somos enemigos. O ganamos nosotros o ganan ellos. En lo demás, no estamos de acuerdo. Si usted fuera confirmado, señor Hegseth, usted encabezaría una organización que, como el país que representa, está integrada por demócratas y republicanos. Pero su lenguaje sugiere que usted considera a muchos de estos individuos como enemigos. Y le pregunto por qué estos miembros del servicio y civiles que no comparten sus opiniones políticas pueden confiar en que no serán blanco durante su gestión. El reto del secretario de Defensa es eliminar la política partidista del departamento. Usted propone inyectarla. Esto sería un insulto para los hombres y mujeres que tienen una obligación con el público. Usted es el noveno candidato a secretario de Defensa que tengo el honor de considerar para confirmación. Yo he votado en favor de todos sus predecesores. Lamentablemente, usted no tiene el carácter, la compostura y la competencia para ser secretario de Defensa. Gracias. Gracias, senador Reid. Y ahora tengo el privilegio y el placer de reconocer a dos testigos quienes han acudido para presentar a el nominado. Primero, mi antiguo colega Norm Coleman de Minnesota, quien hará la presentación. Norm, nos complace verte y es un placer tenerte nuevamente aquí. Gracias, senador Reid, miembros de la comisión, colegas. Me complace presentarles a un hijo de Minnesota, Pete Hegseth. Como senador de Minnesota he pasado muchas horas con este joven cuando él estuvo recorriendo los pasillos del Congreso abogando por los veteranos. Joven en el mejor sentido de la palabra. Es fuerte, enfocado, incisivo, inteligente, es un buen escucha y sumamente enérgico. Justamente lo que necesitamos para un secretario de Defensa en estos tiempos. Él es un tipo de verdad. Así que el problema con Estados Unidos es que no hay segundos actos, se equivoca. Él ha sido un valeroso soldado, hábil comunicador y creo que está a punto de iniciar un nuevo episodio como secretario de Defensa. Él ha enfrentado y superado grandes retos personales. No sucumban a la noción cínica que la gente no puede cambiar. Necesitamos a la gente que pueda cambiar para que sean focos de esperanza, nos guíen y para que nos recuerden de esa gracia. Hace 4 años, el presidente Biden nominó a Lloyd Austin, un hombre honorable. Recibió 97 votos en el Senado y pasamos por la debacle de Afganistán. Putin invadió Ucrania, los hutíes amenazan los canales de navegación y hemos visto la situación en el Oriente Medio, donde Estados Unidos ha sido más un impedimento que una ayuda. El reclutamiento ha mermado considerablemente y nuestra frontera sur ha sufrido una invasión peligrosa y paulatina. Pete Hegseth es un candidato diferente. Una idea más. El país quiere un gobierno con menos división y más respeto y dignidad. Espero que esta audiencia le dé al país lo que el país está pidiendo. Desacuerdos, sí. Actuar con fuerza si es necesario. Pero espero que apoyen a este candidato nominado por el presidente. Tenemos un presidente a la vez. Todo lo demás depende de él. Señor presidente, cedo la palabra. Gracias, Norm. Lo agradezco y agradezco tu presencia hoy. Ahora tengo el honor y el placer de presentar al congresista Walz. Entiendo, congresista, que usted sigue siendo miembro de la Cámara por 1 o 2 días más. Tiene la palabra el congresista Walz para su declaración inicial. Gracias, presidente Wicker. Suena muy bien. Felicitaciones, líder de la minoría, Reid. Distinguidos miembros de la comisión, es un privilegio comparecer hoy entre ustedes e insto a los miembros de esta comisión que confirmen a Pete Hegseth como nuestro próximo secretario de Defensa. Y hoy estoy aquí no solamente para abogar en nombre de un futuro colega, sino para hablar en nombre de alguien a quien considero un buen amigo. Por más de una década. Como Pete, yo serví en el ejército, soy un veterano, estuvimos en Afganistán y otros lugares del mundo en medio de la guerra contra el terrorismo, la guerra de nuestra generación. Y como miles de otros combatientes, hemos sido testigos de las dificultades y penurias de la guerra. Hemos perdido amigos en combate. Hemos pasado mucho tiempo alejados de familiares y amigos. Y les aseguro que nadie odia una guerra más que aquellos que tienen que librarla. Nadie. La historia de Pete no es muy diferente de la de millones de veteranos. Ellos lo saben y aprecian las experiencias que él ha vivido. Y después que nuestro país fue brutalmente atacado el 11 de septiembre, Pete Hegseth respondió al llamamiento como tantos otros. Él puso los intereses del país por encima de los propios. Y debo decirles que a él y a los héroes que están aquí en la audiencia, la generosidad, la responsabilidad de Pete, estos son los elementos cruciales que lo convierten en el líder que es hoy. Estas son las características que reconoció el presidente Trump cuando lo designó para esta posición crucial. Él sería el primer secretario de Defensa que haya servido como oficial, no en oficina, sino en el frente de lucha contra el terrorismo y que reconoce el costo humano, financiero y las variantes políticas que con frecuencia se han discutido aquí y nos han llevado a décadas y décadas de guerra. No solamente entiende los retos que enfrenta, sino que, como decía el presidente, en mi opinión, él es brillante comunicando eso al pueblo estadounidense de una forma que rara vez se ve en Washington. Se comunica con el pueblo estadounidense para que entiendan por qué las Fuerzas Armadas tienen que hacer lo que tienen que hacer. No tengo duda en que él va a devolver el Pentágono a su misión primordial, preparación letal. Ese espíritu es lo que nuestros enemigos respetan, temen y lo que va a ayudar a mantener la paz. Y, damas y caballeros, en mi humilde opinión, nuestras Fuerzas Armadas merecen algo mejor que lo que tienen. Nuestro país enfrenta una crisis devastadora de reclutamiento. Hombres y mujeres no se están ofreciendo como voluntarios para el servicio. Nuestra preparación está mermando. Los costos han aumentado y pareciera que todos los principales sistemas de armamento con frecuencia discutidos en esta sala están costando demasiado, brindando muy poco y tomando demasiado tiempo. Así que el status quo es inaceptable. No está funcionando. Y los miembros de esta comisión lo saben. Ustedes saben que no está funcionando. Y los miembros de la Comisión de Servicios Armados lo saben. Y hemos tenido audiencia tras audiencia, año tras año. Y aquí estamos, décadas más tarde, describiendo los mismos problemas, que el Pentágono no ha podido aprobar audiencias. la entidad en sí no funciona, la moral ha bajado, los estándares se han debilitado y la meritocracia tiene menos valor. Y como resultado, nuestros adversarios se han envalentonado en todo el mundo. Damas y caballeros, ya es hora de un cambio. Ya es hora de un cambio. Todos ustedes han visto a miles de veteranos como el que citaba el presidente de la comisión. Miles de veteranos han expresado su apoyo a Pete. Este es un hombre que puede revitalizar ese espíritu militar y que puede ser un líder. No puedo imaginarme tener un aliado más sólido. Él es un hombre de fe, de familia y especialmente, y esto yo lo sé de corazón, él siempre te dará prioridad a los miembros de los servicios armados que están allí al frente defendiéndonos a todos. Insto, señor presidente, a que se confirme este nombramiento. Es crucial que el presidente Trump tenga su equipo de seguridad nacional en posición para los retos que se avecinan. Gracias. Gracias, Mike, por tu testimonio. Y me imagino que cada miembro de la comisión quisiera tenerte en su directorio telefónico por los próximos años. Gracias. Nuestros invitados pueden quedarse a menos que tengan otras responsabilidades o obligaciones. Gracias por su testimonio. Señor Hegseth, en este momento tengo que hacerle una serie de preguntas como nominado. Esto se le hace a todos los nominados civiles que comparecen. Si puede, por favor, responda afirmativo o negativamente a cada pregunta. ¿Usted ha respetado las normas y regulaciones concernientes a conflicto de interés? Sí. ¿Ha hecho algo que pudiera considerarse que presume el resultado de la confirmación? No, señor. El ejercicio de nuestra responsabilidad es importante que esta comisión, sus subcomisiones y otras comisiones del Congreso reciban testimonio, informes y otra información del Ejecutivo de manera oportuna. Si fuera confirmado, ¿está de acuerdo en comparecer ante esta comisión cuando se le pida? Sí, señor. ¿Está usted de acuerdo en brindar documentos, registros electrónicos oportunamente cuando se lo pida a esta comisión, sus subcomisiones u otras comisiones del Congreso y consultar con el solicitante respecto a cualquier retraso de buena fe al respecto? Sí, señor. ¿Puede asegurar que su personal va a cumplir con los plazos establecidos por esta comisión para la presentación de reportes y otros documentos, incluyendo la respuesta oportuna a preguntas para expedientes? Sí, señor. ¿Va usted a cooperar brindando testigos en respuesta a solicitudes del Congreso? Sí, señor. Estos testigos estarían protegidos de represalias por su testimonio. Sí, señor. Sí, señor. Muy bien. En este punto, señor Hegseth, tiene la palabra para sus declaraciones de apertura. Gracias, presidente Wicker, señor Reid y otros miembros por esta oportunidad en el día de hoy. Le estoy agradecido, he aprendido mucho de este proceso. Nuestros fundadores sabían lo que estaban haciendo. De ser confirmado, estoy ansioso por trabajar con esta comisión y senadores de ambos partidos por la seguridad de la nación. Le agradezco al senador de Minnesota, Norm Coleman, por su amistad y su apoyo en este proceso, y al futuro asesor de seguridad nacional, congresista y para nuestro propósito, coronel, por sus palabras. Se lo agradezco. Gracias a mi increíble esposa Jennifer, quien ha transformado mi vida y me ha acompañado en todo este proceso. Te quiero y le doy gracias a Dios por ti. Oro cada día. Toda la gloria, al margen del resultado, depende de nuestro Señor y Salvador. Ojalá su voluntad se cumpla. Gracias a mi padre Brian, a mi madre Penny y a toda nuestra familia.
Gunnar, Jackson, Peter Boone, Kensington, Luke, Rex, sorry, it's a lot of them, and Gwendolyn. Their future safety and security is in all of our hands.
Nuestra futuridad está en la mano. Y a todos los veteranos que nos están viendo, soldados, pilotos, boinas verdes, tengo muchos amigos para nombrarlos a todos. Funcionarios, personal enlistado, blancos, negros, todos estadounidenses y todos guerreros. Esta audiencia es por ustedes. Gracias por apoyarme. Le agradezco a las autoridades por su rápida reacción a este exabrupto y reitero que otras interrupciones serán tratadas igual. Puede continuar, señor Hegseth. Como decía nuevamente, gracias por apoyarme en forma literal y figurativa. Les prometo lo mismo. Es un honor estar ante esta comisión hoy como nominado del presidente Trump para la Secretaría de Defensa. Hace 2 meses, los estadounidenses le dieron al presidente Trump poderoso mandato para el cambio, para poner a Estados Unidos primero, dentro y fuera del país. Le agradezco al presidente Trump por su confianza en mí y por su generoso liderazgo por nuestra república. Los soldados no tienen un mejor comandante en jefe que Donald Trump. Como le he dicho a muchos en reuniones privadas, cuando el presidente Trump me eligió para esta posición, lo primero que me pidió fue restablecerle al Departamento de Defensa la cultura del guerrero. Él, como yo, quiere un Pentágono enfocado en letalidad, meritocracia, capacidad de combate, responsabilidad y preparación. Puede continuar. Devolverle al Pentágono su capacidad de combate. Ese es mi trabajo. Señor Hegseth, una pausa. Permítame decir lo siguiente. La policía del Capitolio va a expulsar de inmediato a individuos que estén interrumpiendo la audiencia. Estoy percibiendo que hay un patrón para tratar de afectar la labor de la comisión y no lo vamos a tolerar. Puede continuar. De ser confirmado, voy a trabajar con el presidente Trump para restablecer ese espíritu de combate y para restablecer el espíritu militar para el Pentágono y nuestra fuerza de combate, para restablecer la confianza en nuestras Fuerzas Armadas, para enfrentar la crisis de reclutamiento.
Members of the security force will remove members. Mr. Hegseth, you may.
Señor Hegseth, puede continuar. La fortaleza de nuestros militares está en nuestra unidad y propósito compartido, no en nuestras diferencias. Número 2, vamos a reconstruir a nuestras Fuerzas Armadas, enfrentando amenazas y nuestra propia capacidad, reformar el proceso de adquisición para que no sigamos teniendo ese valle de la muerte para las empresas de defensa, para modificar y modernizar nuestros recursos nucleares y hacer pronta adopción de las nuevas tecnologías. Especialmente vamos a defender a nuestra patria, nuestras fronteras y nuestro espacio aéreo. Segundo, vamos a trabajar con nuestros aliados y socios para disuadir agresión de China comunista en la región Indo-Pacífico, y vamos a ponerle fin a las guerras para darle prioridad a nuestros recursos, para enfocarlos en otras amenazas. No podemos seguir contando con la disuasión por reputación. Necesitamos una disuasión real. El Departamento de Defensa bajo Donald Trump va a lograr la paz gracias a la fuerza y va a ir en pos de estos objetivos, y eso va a seguir siendo algo patriótico, apolítico y constitucional. A diferencia de las políticas del gobierno actual, esto no debe incidir en asuntos militares. No somos republicanos o demócratas. Somos combatientes estadounidenses. Nuestros estándares van a ser altos y equitativos. Iguales. Son dos cosas diferentes. Tenemos que asegurarnos que cada combatiente sea calificado con los sistemas de armamento a su disposición, que los militares estén capacitados para el equipo que tienen que operar, y que los ascensos se basen solamente en mérito, desempeño y preparación. Los líderes a todo nivel van a ser responsables, y la preparación de las fuerzas y la atención a sus familias será nuestro foco primordial. Este ha sido mi enfoque desde la primera vez que me puse el uniforme en la Universidad de Princeton en 2001. Yo me uní a las Fuerzas Armadas porque amo a mi país y siento la obligación de defenderlo. Yo he servido con estadounidenses increíbles en la bahía de Guantánamo, en Irak, en Afganistán y en las calles de Washington. Muchos de ellos están hoy aquí. Esto incluye a soldados enlistados a quienes ayudé a convertirse en ciudadanos estadounidenses y aliados musulmanes a quienes ayudé a emigrar de Irak y Afganistán, porque cuando me puse el uniforme, cuando me quité el uniforme, mi misión no paró. Se ha reconocido que yo no tengo una biografía similar a la de predecesores como secretarios de defensa, pero como me ha dicho el presidente Trump, supuestamente ponemos gente con las credenciales apropiadas para encabezar el Departamento de Defensa, militares o exmilitares. ¿Y a dónde nos ha llevado eso? Él piensa, y yo humildemente estoy de acuerdo, en que es hora de que el timón esté en manos de alguien que haya tenido polvo en las botas, alguien que no tenga interés en programas específicos o en narrativas aprobadas. Mi único interés es la capacidad de combate. Tenemos que asegurar que nuestros soldados puedan ganar y los traemos al país. Yo he encabezado fuerzas en combate, he estado en patrulla durante días. Yo he sentido las balas silbando alrededor mío. He apoyado misiones de evacuación. He esquivado explosivos. He recogido cadáveres. Para mí esto no es un ejercicio académico. Esta es mi vida. Yo, un líder entonces, y lo voy a hacer ahora. Pregúntenle a cualquiera que haya trabajado para mí o conmigo. Yo sé qué es lo que no sé. Mi éxito como líder, y estoy ansioso por hablar de mis éxitos organizativos en Concerned Veterans for America, estoy orgulloso del trabajo que hemos hecho, pero mi éxito como líder siempre ha sido una visión clara de contratar gente más capaz que yo, empoderarla para tener éxito, haciendo que todos sean responsables y tener medidas claras de desempeño. Armar un plan, ejecutar el plan y apoyarlos a todos. Yo he jurado defender la Constitución y lo haría con todo gusto si fuera confirmado. Esta vez para la misión más importante de mi vida. Prometo ser un aliado fiel de esta comisión, respetar su función de supervisión. Compartimos las mismas metas, tener una fuerza armada letal y preparada, el bienestar de nuestras tropas y un país fuerte y seguro. Gracias por su tiempo y estoy ansioso por responder a sus preguntas. Gracias, señor Hegseth. Antes de pasar a las preguntas, Quiero recordarle a mis colegas que, en concordancia con el acuerdo bipartidista de diciembre, y cada miembro va a ser reconocido para una ronda de preguntas de 7 minutos. Para respetar el tiempo de todos los miembros de la comisión, se van a hacer cumplir estos límites de tiempo. Llevamos 45 minutos acá y creo que nos está yendo muy bien con el tiempo hasta ahora, pero quisiera comenzar mis preguntas para el nominado. Señor Hegseth, usted y su familia han sido criticados de su nombramiento. Hablemos de estas alegaciones sobre asalto sexual, comportamiento inapropiado, abuso de alcohol, mal manejo financiero durante su gestión como ejecutivo de una entidad sin fines de lucro. Debo destacar que la mayoría de estas alegaciones vienen de fuentes anónimas y de cosas publicadas en los medios liberales, pero quiero darle la oportunidad de responder a estas alegaciones. Gracias, señor presidente, por esa oportunidad. Usted está en lo correcto. Asumimos esta responsabilidad por obligación hacia las tropas. Y lo que ha sido evidente para nosotros desde el comienzo es que hay una campaña de descrédito coordinada en los medios contra nosotros. Eso ha estado claro desde el primer momento. Y sabíamos que esto no era algo centrado en mí, sino contra el presidente Donald Trump, quien ha tenido que enfrentar la misma campaña por un tiempo más prolongado. Así que, en cierto modo, sabíamos que esto venía. No sabíamos el nivel de deshonestidad que vendría detrás de todo esto. He visto historia tras historia en los medios izquierdistas, fuentes anónimas tras fuentes anónimas, y una y otra vez surgen historias y la gente me dice, yo hablé con este reportero sobre quién eres y estaba dispuesto a hacerlo, pero no imprimieron lo que yo dije. Ninguna de las cosas que yo dije. O yo he trabajado contigo durante 10 años, yo fui tu contador o tu oficial financiero, o trabajé contigo. A mí no me llamó nadie. Nadie me preguntó sobre tu comportamiento. En lugar de eso, solo un puñado de fuentes anónimas fueron la punta de lanza de una agenda de descrédito en mi contra porque los medios izquierdistas en el país no les importa la verdad. Todo lo que buscaban, señor presidente, era destruirme. ¿Y por qué querían destruirme? Porque soy un agente de cambio y porque Donald Trump quería designarme a mí para encabezar el Departamento de Defensa. Así que yo estoy dispuesto a enfrentar estos ataques, pero lo que voy a hacer es defender a los soldados y mi reputación. Estos ataques falsos, anónimos, repetidos ad nauseam. Le hemos dado a la Comisión declaraciones de personas que han servido conmigo, trabajado conmigo en Fox News, en Concern Veterans y otras fuentes. Y usted verá que en conjunto dicen que los he tratado con respeto, dignidad como hombres, como mujeres, como negros, como personas de todos los antecedentes. Yo me enorgullezco de respetar el profesionalismo. No soy perfecto. Eso lo he reconocido. Me ha salvado la gracia de Dios, Jesús y Jenny. No soy perfecto, pero la redención existe. Y Dios me ha forjado y me siento honrado de la gente que está conmigo y detrás de mí, y estoy listo para encabezar el Pentágono. Gracias, señor Hegseth, y estoy seguro que millones de estadounidenses estarán de acuerdo en que ellos han experimentado el mismo tipo de redención. Se lo agradezco. Sé que esto requiere esto. Tengo un plan, creo que usted lo ha leído.
Which you've also had a chance to look at. And you have noted correctly that The current trend line of defense spending falling below 3% of our GDP is a threat to national security. You also said building the strongest and most powerful military in the world must be done responsibly, but it cannot be done on the cheap. You still agree with that, do you not?
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell us what you think about, particularly about my plan to make the Defense Department less bureaucratic, less top-heavy, cut out some of the bureaucracy and layers, make it more friendly to startups and to new ideas, contained in my 20 or so page white paper, Defending Freedom's Forge.
Senator, I've had a chance to review the Forged Act, that paper. Those are precisely the kinds of ideas that need to be pursued. And I look forward to working with this committee to ensure we cut the red tape, we incentivize innovation, we rebuild the defense industrial base, cut out the bureaucracy, all the things that are preventing the platforms and the tools from getting rapidly from our great defense companies here that should, and those that want to compete, into the hands of warfighters. But past his prologue on this, sir, and I would just look at what President Trump did after the drawdowns of Lead from Behind under President Obama. President Trump rebuilt our military. He didn't start wars, he ended them, and he didn't allow wars to start on his watch. We've had the same kind of defense cuts under the Biden administration. And so, look, I would present to the committee the reputation of President Donald Trump and me coming alongside him to ensure we have peace through strength by rebuilding our military, investing as necessary. Going under 3%, Mr. Chairman, is very dangerous.
Okay, we've got 45 seconds. Tell us, in that point, get us started at least talking about deterring China and the Indo-Pacific.
It starts with priorities. The 2017 National Defense Strategy was the first step in reorienting away from simply entanglement in the Middle East, which our generation knows a lot about, and reorienting the behemoth that is the Pentagon toward new priorities, specifically the Indo-Pacific. So that strategy has started and was barely followed through on under the Biden administration. So we're going to start by ensuring the institution understands that as far as threats abroad, the CCP is front and center, also obviously defending our homeland as well.
Thank you very much. Senator Reed, you're recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questioning, I would like to make 3 requests. First, many of my members would like a second round. That has been the custom. Senator Hagel was afforded 3 rounds. Senator Ash Carter, 2 rounds. And that was done by a Republican chairman with the consent and the appropriate guidance of Democrats. I must say, too, my recollection is I've never denied anyone the opportunity to ask the second round of questions as I chaired. I would request a second round. And my time is running. I think these are administrative.
Oh, yeah, you're using your time. No, if the timekeeper will pause the time. I must say, I think we're going to have adequate time for questioning. And I know Democrat members have coordinated their questions as much as we have. And we are following the same exact precedent on all things that we did with Secretary Austin. So I respectfully understand what you're saying, but I think we have an agreement. It's been known for quite some time, and I intend to stick with that agreement which we made last December. What is your second request?
Second, as been publicly reported, you and I have both seen the FBI background investigation of Mr. Hegseth. And I want to say for the record, I believe the investigation was insufficient, frankly. There are still FBI obligations to talk to people. They have not had access to the forensic audit, which I referenced to, and the person who had access to was quite critical of Mr. Hegseth. And I think people on both sides have suggested that they get the report. I know your colleagues have asked for it. Senator Thune assured me personally that he thought it was an appropriate idea. So I would ask, and I would say too, as a precedent, one of President Trump's appointees had similar, very complicated personal issues. the report was made available to all the members of the committee, we would be following precedent. I ask that that be made possible.
Again, there's been much discussion about this, and what I intend to do is follow the exact precedent that we've had for the last two hearings with regard to secretaries of defense. Not only Secretary Austin, but Secretary Mattis 8 years ago. And that was for the chair and the ranking member to see the report. And so that is my intention as chair of this committee.
Finally, Mr. Chairman, I have several letters that I would include for the record. One from Count Every Hero, which is an organization of retired 4-star generals and former secretaries of defense that is critical of the proposed purge panels. One from an organization for domestic violence. One for a Council on American Relations. And also several letters that raise questions. I would ask they be submitted for the record.
Without objection, they will be submitted. And Mr. Reed, your time has now expired. Just kidding. Yeah. You're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you. You're a very understanding chairman. I like that. I like that. Ms. Hegseth, you've written, and it's quote, "Oh yeah, and fire any general who hasn't carried water for Obama and Biden's extra constitution and agenda-driven transformation for our military. Clean house and start over." It's come to my attention that current serving military personnel have received emails threatening them with being fired for supporting the current DOD policies. One mail that was sent to a military officer with the subject line, "Clean house," reminiscent of your specific comment, states, and I quote, "With the incoming administration looking to remove disloyal, corrupt, traitorous, liberal officers such as yourself, we will certainly be putting your name into the list of those personnel to be removed. We know you support the woke DEI policies and will ensure you never again influence anyone in the future. You and the redacted spouse's name will be lucky if you're able to collect your military requirement," end quote. Now, I want to remind everyone that these policies that are being referred to date back decades, to the 1940s and 50s with respect to racial discrimination particularly, and administrations of both parties, including the Trump administration and their first party, caused those policies to be enforced. Mr. Hegseth, are you aware of these emails being sent to officers?
Senator, you mentioned the word accountability, which is something we have not had for the last 4 years.
Are you aware of these messages being sent to officers?
Certainly, I'm not aware of that. It's not one of my efforts, but there's been no accountability for the disaster of the withdrawal in Afghanistan, and that's precisely why we're here today.
Excuse me.
Is that leadership has been unwilling to take accountability. It's the time to restore that to our most senior ranks.
You've written publicly that DI policy is a distraction and have military personnel walking on eggshells. Do you believe that emails like that are essentially threatening both a serving officer and a spouse and claiming that they'll lose their pension will have a distraction and detract from the lethality?
Senator, you mentioned the 40s and 50s, and you're precisely right. The military was a forerunner in courageous racial integration in ways no other institutions were willing to do. I served with men and women of all backgrounds because of the courage of people decades and decades ago. Incredibly important. However, the DEI policies of today are not the same as what happened back then. They're dividing troops inside formations, causing commanders to walk on eggshells, not putting meritocracy first. That's the indictment that's made by those serving right now.
Excuse me.
And why we're having this conversation.
All of your public comments don't talk about meritocracy. They talk about liberal democratic efforts that are destroying the military, that those people are our enemies. That's not meritocracy. That's a political view. And your goal, as I see emerging, is to politicize the military in favor of your particular positions, which you've outlined extensively, which would be the worst blow to the professionalism of the United States military and would undercut readiness, undercut retention, because I can see officers receiving these emails beginning to wonder very seriously if they should continue. Let me change subject for a moment here. You've been instrumental in securing pardons for several convicted war criminals. In at least 2 of these cases, the military personnel who served in combat with these convicted service members were not supportive of the pardons. They did their duty as soldiers to report war crimes. Your definition of lethality seems to embrace those people who do commit war crimes, rather than those who stand up and say, this is not right. So what's the response to your service members who personally witnessed these and courageously reported them to their superiors?
Senator, as someone who's led men in combat directly and had to make very difficult decisions, I've thought very deeply about the balance between legality and lethality, ensuring that the men and women on the front lines have the opportunity to destroy with and close the enemy, and that lawyers aren't the ones getting in the way. I'm not talking about disavowing the laws of war or the Geneva Conventions or the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Sir, I'm talking about restrictive rules of engagement that these men and women behind me understand they've lived with on the battlefield, which has made it more difficult to defeat our enemies. In many of the cases you're talking about in particular, sir, there was evidence withheld, there was prosecutorial misconduct, and as someone who looks case by case and defaults to the warfighter, to the men and women with dust on their boots, not the second guessers in air-conditioned offices in Washington, D.C.
Excuse me.
I look case by case and was proud to work with President Trump to understand those cases and ensure that our warriors are always looked out for.
Those cases were adjudicated by who? People in Washington or fellow non-commissioned officers who had also served, sacrificed, and believed in the ethic of the military? Who were the court-martial?
Senator, in multiple cases, they were actually acquitted, but
some
charges
cases,
lingered.
yes,
Regardless of where those convening authorities were, yes, sir.
Some were, but others were convicted, and you asked for pardon. That's the only reason you asked for pardon, because they were convicted. But the other factor, too, is you've already disparaged in writing the Geneva Convention, the rules of law, all of these things. How will you be able to effectively lead a military in which one of the principal elements is discipline, respect for lawful authority? You have made statements to your platoon after being briefed by a JAG officer. Well, by the way, would you explain what a JAG-off is?
I don't think I need to, sir,
Why not?
because the men and women watching understand.
Well, perhaps some of my colleagues don't understand.
It would be a JAG officer who puts his or her own priorities in front of the warfighters. Their promotions, their medals, in front of having the backs of those who are making the tough calls on the front lines.
Thank you, Senator Reed.
Interesting.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you
Reed.
very much.
Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Hegseth, to you and to your family. Thank you for the meeting that we had. We talked about a number of things. First and foremost was that nuclear weapons are foundational to our national defense, and having a safe, effective, and credible nuclear deterrent underpins our alliances, and as you know, it deters our adversaries. Nuclear deterrence has been, and you and I believe, agreed on this, it must continue to be unequivocally the highest priority mission of the Department of Defense. But deterrence only works if our adversaries believe our nuclear forces are effective and credible. All 3 legs of our triad are undergoing that generational recapitalization programs, and we cannot afford any more delays in those programs. Sir, do you believe and agree with President Trump's 2018 nuclear posture review that preventing adversary nuclear attacks is, quote, the highest priority of the United States?
Senator, yes, I do.
If confirmed, will you commit to supporting all three legs of the nuclear triad and to using every tool available to deliver these systems on schedule?
Senator, yes, I do, because ultimately our deterrence, our survival is reliant upon the capability, the perception, and the reality of the capability of our nuclear triad. We have to invest in its modernization for the defense of our nation.
While former secretaries of defense have stated that nuclear deterrence is the highest priority, we haven't really seen that translated into budget requests or using the tools like the Defense Production Act. You've spoken about increasing lethality. You've spoken about getting programs done faster. How would you actually implement a culture change so that we can see these delivery schedules move forward, be rewarded? I can tell you in most every briefing we have, the schedules we're on are too late. So what would you do?
Well, ultimately focused first on the things that are most important, as we have discussed, Senator, the nuclear triad, understanding whether it's the B-21 or the Minuteman to the Sentinel, all aspects, or the Columbia-class submarines, ballistic missiles. What are the priorities that need to be focused on and ensure that in those particular cases, you mentioned it, Senator, the Defense Production Act, emergency powers. If we're at a place where our nuclear capabilities are perceived to not be what they are, that is an emergency. And we have an ally in our incoming commander-in-chief, in President Donald Trump, who has spoken about these things, understands the power and strength of nuclear deterrence, will not allow them to be
It's the existential
deprioritized.
threat. It's the existential threat to this nation. How do you change the culture? It's not just the Production Act that's going to be able to do it. How are you going to move forward faster?
Competition, Senator, is important, critically important. The Death Valley that was talked about, leveraging the innovation of Silicon Valley, which for the first time in generations has shown a willingness, desire, and capability to bring its best technologies to bear at the Pentagon, a Pentagon that has become too insular, tries to block new technologies from coming in. So we have to embrace that, there's some great Office of Strategic Capital, DIU initiatives that provide loans to companies to participate, because you have to invest in the defense industrial base for the longer term projects. We have the capability, the missiles and the munitions, but also to rapidly field emerging technologies that we need on the battlefield right now. So as we learn things, say in the war in Ukraine, those technologies, as we look at threats we're gonna face, find ways to rapidly field those using off-the-shelf technologies or standard designs, modular designs. Another easy one, Senator, that became evident in the process is digital designs. The Pentagon often builds entire systems without first using a digital design.
Okay.
Which means you build prototypes and then scrap them and start over again. No private sector business could survive doing business that way. So there's a lot of innovation, and I'm going to hire a lot of smart people already have to help with that.
In the 2025 NDAA, it was established to a new position, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Nuclear Deterrence, Chemical and Biological Defense Policy and Programs. And that was established so we could cut through a lot of the bureaucratic stovepipes that we see in the office of the Secretary of Defense. If confirmed, will you direct the Department of Defense components to expeditiously implement this reform?
It sounds, I would want to look directly at exactly what that reform is.
It is
I
great.
take your word that it's great, Senator. I will review it robustly, and I look forward to implementing it.
Okay, thank you. During the first Trump administration, the 2018 Nuclear Posture Review concluded that the U.S. needed to once again develop and deploy a nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile known as SLCM to offset significant Russian and Chinese advantages in theater-range nuclear capabilities. Since then, Congress, on a strong bipartisan basis, has directed the Navy and the National Nuclear Security Administration to continue this effort. Do you support the SLCM program?
As of right now, Senator, based on what I know, I do, but one of my answers I'll have repeatedly throughout this morning is getting an opportunity to look under the hood, classified material, get an understanding of true capabilities vis-a-vis enemy capabilities. Because what we know right now on the nuclear, sorry, Senator, what I know on the nuclear side is that Russia and China are rushing to modernize and build arsenals larger than ours. We need to match threats to capabilities, and the systems we elevate will be tied to whether those capabilities are needed based on the adversaries we face.
Would you ensure that this program is executed according to law?
Absolutely, absolutely, Senator.
What, short here, what is your plan to revitalize the industrial base in this country?
Needs to be real short.
Real short.
Serious investment targeted at systems that we truly need by also incentivizing competition and laser focus from the OSD, from the Office of Secretary of Defense, to all the particular strategic initiatives to revive them so it's not just one system, it's multiple systems.
You may want to expand on that on the record. At this point, my colleagues, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter organized by a group called Flag Officers for America, which has 120 retired generals and admirals offering their support for Mr. Hegseth's nomination. I ask unanimous consent. Without objection, it is entered into the record. Senator Shaheen.
Good morning, Mr. Hegseth.
Good morning, Senator.
I was pleased when I was contacted on your behalf about meeting before this hearing. I've been on this committee since 2011, and during that time, I voted to confirm 6 nominees to be Secretary of Defense from 3 administrations, 2 Democratic and 1 Republican, the first Trump administration. Every one of those nominees met with me and my Democratic colleagues on this committee before the hearing. So, as you can imagine, I was disappointed when no one ever followed up. When we followed up with your office, you were not able to meet. Do you understand that if you're confirmed to be Secretary of Defense, that you will have a responsibility to meet with all members of this committee, not just Republicans?
Senator, I very much appreciate and understand the traditionally bipartisan nature of this committee. Their national defense is not partisan. It should not be about Republicans or Democrats. And so I look forward to working together with you and your colleagues on priorities facing this nation. Yes?
I think we would expect that. And one reason that I wanted to meet with you was because I thought it would be really helpful to better understand your views on women in the military. Because you've made a number of surprising statements about women serving in the military. As recently as November the 7th of 2024 on the Sean Ryan Show, you said, and I quote, "I'm straight up saying that we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective." The quote went on a little longer, but that was the gist of it. That was before you were nominated to be Secretary of Defense. Mr. Hegseth, do you know what percentage of our military is comprised of women?
I believe it's 18 to 20%, Senator.
It's almost 18%, and in fact, DOD's 2023 demographic report indicated that there are more women serving now, and there are fewer separations. So they make up a critical part of our military, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am. Women in our military, as I have said publicly, have and continue to make amazing contributions across all aspects of our battlefield.
Well, you also write in your book, The War on Warriors, with the chapter, The Deadly Obsession with Women Warriors, that, quote, "Not only are women comparatively less effective than men in combat roles, but they are more likely to be objectified by the enemy and their own nation in the moral realms of war." Mr. Hegseth, should we take it to believe that you believe that the 2 women on this committee who have served honorably and with distinction made our military less effective and less capable?
I'm incredibly grateful for the 2 women who've served our military in uniform and including in the Central Intelligence Agency, contributions on the battlefield, indispensable contributions. Senator, I would like to clarify, when I'm talking about that issue, it's not about the capabilities of men and women, it's about standards. And this committee has talked a lot about standards. Standards that we, unfortunately, over time, have seen eroded in certain duty positions, certain schools, certain places, which affects readiness, which is what I care about the most, readiness
I
on the
appreciate
battlefield.
that,
And so my
but
comments point
however-
time and time again to standards.
Your statements publicly have not been to that effect. After your nomination, you did state to a group of reporters that you, quote, support all women serving in our military today who do a fantastic job across the globe, including combat. So what I'm confused about, Mr. Hegseth, is which is it? Why should women in our military, if you were the Secretary of Defense, believe that they would have a fair shot and an equal opportunity to rise through the ranks? If on the one hand, you say that women are not competent, they make our military less effective, and on the other hand, you say, oh no, now that I've been nominated to be the Secretary of Defense, I've changed my view on women in the military. What do you have to say to the almost 400,000 women who are serving today about your position on whether they should be capable to rise through the highest ranks of our military?
Senator, I would say I would be honored to have the opportunity to serve alongside you, shoulder to shoulder, men and women, black, white, all backgrounds, with a shared purpose. Our differences are not what define us. Our unity and our shared purpose is what define us, and you will be treated fairly and with dignity, honor, and respect, just like every man and woman in uniform, just like the men and women that I've worked with in my veterans organizations, to include when I was a headquarters and headquarters company commander in the Minnesota National Guard.
Well, I
and we had women in
appreciate
our
your
ranks as
11th
well.
hour conversion. But, Mr. Chairman, for the record, I would like to submit Chapter 5, The Deadly Obsession with Women Warriors, for the record. Mr. Hegseth,
Without objection, it will be submitted. and
are you
accepted.
familiar with the Women, Peace, and Security agenda at the Department of Defense?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
This is a law that was signed during President-elect Trump's first term. It was legislation that I sponsored with Republican Senator Capito of West Virginia. It was co-sponsored by Marco Rubio, the nominee to be the President-elect's Secretary of State. It was led in the House of Representatives by Kristi Noem, the President-elect's nominee to be the Secretary of Homeland Security. It mandates that women be included in all aspects of our national security, including conflict resolution and peace negotiations. And at the Department of Defense, it has been the law for 8 years under both the Trump and Biden administrations. The DoD has incorporated women throughout its decision-making as a result. Every single combatant commander across 2 administrations has told this committee that this law and its implementation at the Department of Defense provides them a strategic advantage operationally. Based on your comments, it appears that the example that you would like to set, not only for women in this country, but for women across the globe, 50% of the world's population, as the prospective nominee to lead the most combat-credible military in the entire world, is that women should not have an equal opportunity in our military. So will you commit to preserving the Women, Peace, and Security law at DoD and including in your budget the requisite funding to continue to restore and resource these programs throughout the DoD?
Senator, I will commit to reviewing that program and ensuring it aligns with America First national security priorities, meritocracy, lethality, and readiness. And if it advances American interests, it's something we would advance. If it doesn't, it's something we would look at.
Well, since former President Trump signed the law, I hope that he agrees with you.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. At this point, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 5 letters of support from female service members and combat veterans who support Mr. Hegseth's nomination. These women represent diverse viewpoints, from a retired colonel with over 25 years of service to an active duty Navy surface warfare commander to a senior airman. They support Mr. Hegseth and comment on his focus on merit, warfighting readiness, military training status, and the warrior ethos. So without objection, it will be entered into the record. And now I'm honored to recognize Senator Cotton for 7 minutes.
Mr. Hegseth, let's continue on this line of questioning about what's sometimes referred to as women in combat. I think that phrase is something of a misnomer. Many members of this committee have served in combat in the last 25 years, to include women and men. I'm sure all those men served with women, whether they were military police officers or they were pilots or whether they were intelligence analysts or medics or what have you. You served. I assume you served with women who were on the front lines as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were those women anything other than skilled, brave, and honorable in their service?
They were some of the best soldiers I worked with,
So
Senator.
women have been serving in combat for a long time. Women have even been serving in combat units like infantry battalions for a long time in roles like medics or mechanics or what have you. So what we're talking about here specifically is women in ground combat roles in jobs like infantrymen or artillerymen or special forces. Now, until about 10 years ago, that wasn't the case. Under Secretary Panetta, those roles were opened up to women to serve in. Has President Trump indicated at all that he plans to rescind or alter that guidance?
You're correct to point out, Senator, that these are the decisions that the Commander-in-Chief will have the prerogative to make. He has not indicated to me that he has plans to change whether or not women would have access to these roles. However, I would point out, ensuring that standards are equal and high is of importance to him and great importance to me. Because in those ground combat roles, what is true is that the weight of the ruck on your back doesn't change. The weight of the .155 round that you have to carry doesn't change. The weight of the .240 Bravo machine gun you might have to carry doesn't change. And so whether it's a man or a woman, they have to meet the same high standards. And Senator, in any place where those things have been eroded or in courses, criteria have been changed in order to meet quotas, racial quotas or gender quotas, that is putting a focus on something other than readiness, standards, meritocracy, and lethality. So that's the kind of review I'm talking about, not whether women have access to ground combat.
Okay, so thank you. So you expect no change to that guidance, but as you point out, in these specific jobs, there are irreducible physical demands. We expect our intelligence analysts and our mechanics to be physically fit in the military, but it's different when you're in the infantry or the artillery. You just mentioned a few things. Let me point it out. An artillery shell weighs almost 100 pounds. An Abrams tank round weighs around 50 pounds. The M240 Bravo machine gun with its tripod weighs almost 50 pounds. The average weight of a full kit, ammo, water, commo, body armor for a soldier is over 100 pounds. Nothing you can do can change any of those things, right? That is physical reality.
Go ahead. Yes, Senator. And I would say the requirements to handle those things in a ground combat unit, as far as standards, can look different than those of a medic or a drone pilot. And so it's not that it has to be the same standard throughout, it's standards to maximize efficacy of that particular position.
Let me read a quote here from one Army officer. While it may be difficult for a 120-pound woman to lift or drag 250 pounds, the Army cannot artificially absolve women of that responsibility. It may still exist on the battlefield. The entire purpose of creating a gender-neutral test was to acknowledge the reality that each job has objective physical standards to which all soldiers should be held, regardless of gender. The intent was not to ensure that women and men will have an equal likelihood of meeting those standards. I assume, based on your testimony, you agree with that Army officer?
Absolutely. The standards need to be the same and they need to be high. And they need to be set by the people closest to the problem set, closest to the understanding of what is required by that job. Commanders, commanding officers, and COCOMs and elsewhere who understand the reality of what they face, that's the feedback we should get. That's what should be enshrined and enforced, and no other set of political prerogatives. When I talk about removing politics, ideological or political prerogatives should contribute to those determinations. Nothing other than the execution of the mission.
Thank you. For the record, that Army officer was Captain Kristen Griest, the Army's first female infantry officer and one of its first female Ranger School graduates. One final point, you said they need to be objective, gender neutral, and high. That's because the demands are, in fact, very high. The current physical fitness test for the Army has a minimum 2-mile run of 22 miles. Run. And I want the reporter to note that I'm putting run in air quotes, because 22 miles at 2 miles is not running. It may be jogging, it's probably walking fast. Let's move on. Got a big, 22 minutes. We've got a big audience here. Many of them seem to be patriotic supporters of you, Mr. Hegseth. Some of them seem to be liberal critics of you. I would note that it's only the liberal critics that have disrupted this hearing. As was my custom during the Biden administration, I want to give you a chance to respond to what they said about you. I think the first one accused you of being a Christian Zionist. I'm not really sure why that is a bad thing. I'm a Christian. I'm a Zionist. Zionism is that the Jewish people deserve a homeland in the ancient Holy Land where they've lived since the dawn of history. Do you consider yourself a Christian Zionist?
Senator, I'm a Christian, and I robustly support the state of Israel and its existential defense, and the way America comes alongside them is their great ally.
Thank you. Because another protester, and I think this one was a member of Code Pink, which, by the way, is a Chinese Communist front group these days, said that you support Israel's war in Gaza. I support Israel's existential war in Gaza. I assume, like me and President Trump, you support that war as well, don't you?
Senator, I do. I support Israel destroying and killing every last member of Hamas.
And the third protester said something about 20 years of genocide. I assume that's our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Do you think our troops are committing genocide in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Senator, I do not. I think our troops, as you know, as so many in this committee know, did the best they could with what they had. We're not, the outcomes, and tragically, the outcome we saw in Afghanistan under the Biden administration put a stain on that, but it doesn't put a stain on what those men and women did in uniform, as you know full well, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. At this point, I ask unanimous consent to offer to the record a letter submitted by Omar Abbasi, son of former City Council President of Samarra, Iraq, who worked with Mr. Hegseth in Iraq. Without objection, that will be entered. Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I do want to thank you for your service, and I want to thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity.
Thank you, Senator.
I have many concerns about your record, and particularly your public statements, because they are so hurtful to the men and women who are currently serving in the U.S. military, harmful to morale, harmful to good order and discipline. If you are saying that women shouldn't be serving in the military, and I'm going to read you your quotes, because the quotes themselves are terrible. You will have to change how you see women to do this job well, and I don't know if you are capable of that. So I want to press on these issues that my colleague Jean Shaheen brought up, because she said it so well. So first of all, you answered your questionnaire. Do you believe that any American who wants to serve in their country in the military and can meet objective standards set by the military should be allowed to serve without limitation? You've said yes to that question. But then in all of these other circumstances, you've denigrated active duty service members. We have hundreds of women who are currently in the infantry, lethal members of our military serving in the infantry, but you degrade them. You say, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units. So specific to Senator Cotton's question, because Senator Cotton was giving you layups to differentiate between different types of combat. And specifically, as Secretary, would you take any action to reinstitute the combat arms exclusion for female service members, knowing full well you have hundreds of women doing that job right now? And the standards, your 2 mile run, Tom, is about the Army Combat Fitness Test. It is not the requirements to have an MOS 11 Bravo, which is the infantry. These are the requirements today for people serving in the industry, men and women. They are gender neutral, and they are very difficult to meet. They have not been reduced in any way, and our combat units, our infantry is lethal. So please explain specifically, because you will be in charge of 3 million personnel. It is a big job. And when you make these public statements, and I get you were not Secretary of Defense then, I get you were on TV, I get you were helping veterans, I get it was a different job. But most recently, you said this in November of 2024, knowing full well you might have been named as Secretary of Defense. So please explain these types of statements, because they're brutal and they're mean and they disrespect men and women who are willing to die for this country.
Well, Senator, I appreciate your comments, and I would point out I have never disparaged women serving in the military. I respect every single female service member that has put on the uniform, past and present. My critiques, Senator, recently and in the past, and from personal experience, have been instances where I've seen standards lowered, and you mentioned 11 Alpha, 11 Bravo, MOS, places in units, and the book that has been referenced multiple times here, The War on Warriors. I spent months talking to active duty service members, men and women, low ranks, high ranks, combat arms and not combat arms. And what each and every one of them told me, and which personal instances have shown me, is that in ways direct, indirect, overt, and subtle, standards have been changed inside infantry training units, ranger school, infantry battalions, to ensure that
Give me one example. Please give me an example. I get you're making these generalized
commanders meet
statements.
quotas to have a certain number of female infantry officers or infantry enlisted, and that disparages those women
Commanders
who are
do
incredibly
not have to
capable
meet
of meeting
quotas
that
for the infantry.
standard.
Commanders do not have to have a quota for women in the infantry. That does not exist. It does not exist. And your statements are creating the impression that these exist, because they do not. There are not quotas. We want the most lethal force. But I'm telling you, having been here for 15 years, listening to testimony about men and women in combat and the type of operations that were successful in Afghanistan and in Iraq, women were essential for many of those units. When Ranger units went in to find where the terrorists hiding in Afghanistan or in Iraq, if they had a woman in the unit, they could go in, talk to the women in a village, say, where are the terrorists hiding? Where are the weapons hiding? And get crucial information to make sure that we can win that battle. So you cannot denigrate women in general, and your statements do that. We don't want women in the military, especially in combat. What a terrible statement. So please, do not deny that you've made those statements. You have. We take the responsibility of standards very seriously, and we will work with you. I'm equally distressed you would not meet with me before this hearing. We could have covered all of this before you came here, so I could get to the 15 other questions that I want to get to. So women you have denigrated. You have also denigrated members of the LGBTQ community. Did you know that when Don't Ask, Don't Tell was in place, we lost so many crucial personnel, over 1,000 in mission-critical areas. We lost 10% of all our foreign language speakers because of a political policy. You said in your statement, you don't want politics in the DOD. Everything you've said in these public statements is politics. I don't want women, I don't want moms. What's wrong with a mom, by the way? Once you have babies, you therefore are no longer able to be lethal? I mean, you're basically saying women, after they have children, can't ever serve in the military in a combat role. It's a silly thing to say. It's a silly thing to say, beneath the position that you are aspiring to. To denigrate LGBTQ service members is a mistake. If you are a sharpshooter, you're as lethal regardless of what your gender identity is, regardless of who you love. So please know this to be a true statement. So you say it was a political thing. You say it undermined us, social engineering. I don't know why someone having to publicly say or not publicly say who they love is social engineering. I think having that policy in the first place was highly problematic. And as you said in your statement, do you agree anybody should be able to serve in the military if they meet the standards?
Senator, as the president has stated, I don't disagree with the overturn of Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Great, because I don't want you thinking, can't serve if you're a mom, can't serve if you're LGBTQ, and then last, can't serve if you're a leftist. The statements you said about people who have views differently than you, that we're the enemy, are you saying that 50% of the DOD, if they hold liberal views or leftist views or are Democrats, are not welcome in the military? Are you saying that?
Senator, I volunteered to deploy to Afghanistan under Democrat President Barack Obama. I also volunteered to guard the inauguration of Joe Biden, but was denied the opportunity to serve because I was identified as an extremist by my own unit for a Christian tattoo.
Thank you very much. Senator Gillibrand, you held up a document and referred to it during your questioning. Would you like that entered into the record?
Maybe one without my marks.
Okay, yeah, okay, we'll delete.
We'll submit a
clean
clean
it up.
copy.
Without objection, that will be admitted at the point of your question. And I would like to enter into the record at this point a letter of support from retired Air Force Colonel Melissa Cunningham. Colonel Cunningham supports Mr. Hegseth and mentions his warrior ethos, combat effectiveness, and maintaining military training standards. So without objection, both of those will be admitted, and I now recognize Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, good morning. I'd like to thank you for your service to our nation in uniform and also your work on behalf of your fellow veterans and for your willingness to enter into this maelstrom of public service. I think the presence of so many veterans who have showed up to support you speaks volumes. I also want to recognize your family service and sacrifice. You know as well as anyone that it's not just the man that enters the arena, but it's the entire family who also works their way through this process as well. I appreciated our meeting with you and with your wife Jennifer this last month. I thought that we had an excellent conversation, and I appreciate your statement and your answers to the advanced policy questions, especially your desire to bring a renewed focus on warfighting and lethality back to the Pentagon. I also respect and I appreciate my friend and colleague, Senator Gillibrand, and some of her questions, and I know that she had a number of them in there. You had an opportunity to respond very briefly. Were there any other responses that you would like to make or clarifications that you would like to make before I move on to my questions?
Senator, thank you very much for the opportunity to meet and for the question. I would also acknowledge you were mentioning female engagement teams, which have shown a great deal of success on the battlefield. It would be and universally acknowledged as such. I've been in Iraqi homes where the language and gender barrier was real, and the ability to have someone there to help in that process would be a massive accelerant in mission success. So I recognize that reality. I also recognize that female engagement teams assigned to a SEAL team or a Green Beret team meet different standards also, which is okay because of the duty positions involved in that job. As far as politics, Senator, it has been the joy of my life to lead men and women in military outfits. When you're in combat or in training, there's a lot of conversations that happen. And you start to realize that a lot of people you're serving with share your political ideas or they don't. You find out there's Republicans, there's Democrats, there's Libertarians, there's Independents, there's Vegetarians, everything in between. None of that matters. It never mattered in how I led men and women, how I interacted with them, what missions we undertook. Politics has nothing to do with the battlefield, which is why President Trump has asked me to say, let's make sure all of that comes out. This is about warfighting capability, setting standards high, and making sure we give our boys, our men and women, everything they need to be successful on the battlefield. So politics can play no part in that, and I look forward to infusing that, as we always have inside our units.
I appreciate you making that very clear. And one of the areas that we want to do our best is to provide for the equipment and the technical capabilities so that no young man or woman enters into a battle as a fair fight, and that they always have the advantage. Those are the types of questions that I'd like to get into right now, and I want to start by talking about something that sometimes gets a little bit into the weeds, but I think it's critical. Mr. Hegseth, from what I've heard from 24 senior DOD officials in hearings over the last 2 years, including the Secretary of Defense, every service chief, and 8 combatant commanders, is that sharing the portion of the spectrum, and this is in the weeds, I know, but I'm going to ask it to get it on the record, the 3.1 to 3.5 gigahertz band would have extremely serious consequences and very costly consequences on our warfighting capabilities. In fact, the Department of the Navy alone has estimated that relocating their systems to a different part of the spectrum band would cost them $250 billion. That's just for the destroyers that defend our coasts with the radars that they have in them. If confirmed, what will you do to make sure that the Department of Defense can maintain its access to and the use and to be able to maneuver within the electromagnetic spectrum at home and abroad, And would you be willing to literally go to the mat with the interagency to protect warfighter requirements for the use of the spectrum?
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. And my job, in part, will be to go to the mat when necessary for things I believe are an absolute requirement for the Department of Defense and the men and women in uniform. There's no doubt about that. In this particular case, as far as spectrum, I look forward, as I've said before, getting a full class of, because this issue has come up a number of times in meetings. It's critically important with how our warfighters communicate across all services. So I'm going to get a classified briefing immediately about what that would, how it would impact the spectrum if it were to allow other companies or it to be
Rest
auctioned
assured,
off.
China
So we have
would,
to know.
China would love to have our ability to use that part of the spectrum restricted. They would
And
love that.
Absolutely right. And so I will go in with eyes only toward ensuring we have the capabilities we need and there's no disruption when I take that brief.
Thank you. In your advanced policy questions, you recognize a cooperative approach by China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea to undermine U.S. influence around the world. As you point out, aggression by any one actor would be an opportunity for others to engage the U.S. on multiple fronts along the continuum of the conflict. As we discussed in my office, neither of us wants to send our troops into a fair fight. We want to make sure that they have every advantage that the United States can give them, and that requires resources and reforms. Given the growing potential of a multi-theater conflict involving near-peer adversaries, what steps would you take to prepare the Department of Defense to simultaneously execute and sustain operations across multiple regions while maintaining readiness and deterrence globally? And I just have to make note, and I want to make it clear, we have language in this year's fiscal year 2025 National Defense Authorization Act calling for a review of the department's operational plans. And I just want to make sure that you're aware of that, and that we will have, if we have a fight with one, the chances are very good that we're going to have two battles or two different battlegrounds at the same time.
Senator, which is why I believe our country's incredibly fortunate to have a new commander-in-chief in Donald Trump, who through the strategic approach he has taken with allies and against foes has prevented wars and is determined to do the same. That's our chief job, is deter and prevent wars. My job, should I be confirmed at the Secretary of Defense, is to ensure we have the right prioritization of assets and strategy, and then the tools in the toolbox necessary, the pointiest possible spear for President Trump to wield if necessary as the last resort. So President Trump at the helm, I think, will go a long way in making sure our enemies know there's a new sheriff in town.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you very much, Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having this hearing. Thank you for being here, Mr. Hegseth. And I want to join in expressing appreciation and respect for your service to our country, and thanks to all the veterans who are here today, and thank you for your service as the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee. I hope we can focus on doing better for our veterans and doing better in management of the Department of Defense. There's always room for improvement. I think what we need in that position is not just better, but the best in financial management, because those decisions are life and death decisions affecting the 3.4 million Americans who serve our national security and our national defense and put their lives on the line. I want to talk about financial mismanagement at the two organizations that you headed, which are the only test of your financial management that we have before this committee, the Veterans for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. You took over the Veterans for Freedom in 2007. In 2008, you raised $8.7 million, but spent more than $9 million, creating a deficit. By January 2009, you told donors that the organization had less than $1,000 in the bank and debts of $434,000. By 2010, revenue at the Veterans for Freedom had dropped to about $265,000. In the next year, it had dropped further to $22,000. You don't dispute these numbers, do you?
Senator, I'm extremely proud of the work me and my fellow vets did at Vets for Freedom. A bunch of young vets with no political experience, a small group, working
Well,
hard
I
every
apologize
single
for
day.
interrupting.
We raised donor funds. And and we have letters submitted for the record from almost everyone that worked with me every single day, including our chief operating officer, who will attest that every dollar we raised was used intentionally toward the execution of our mission, which is supporting the warfighters, exactly why we're here today, the warfighters in the Iraq surge. There was a campaign in 2008, Senator. It was Barack Obama
if I
versus
can
John
just
McCain.
ask you another
We believe
question,
John McCain would be the right
because
person
I
to
have
win, and so we spent
the tax
more.
returns from that organization.
I'm glad they're for the record.
I'm going to ask to be entered into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
These tax returns are yours. They have your signature. And I'm going to ask that members of the committee review them because they're the only documents. I've asked for others. I've asked for the FBI report that would presumably document, it should have documented, this kind of financial mismanagement. And these are the 990s from that organization. By the year of 2011, donors had become so dissatisfied with that mismanagement, they, in effect, ousted you. They merged that organization with Military Families United, and thereafter, you joined a second organization as executive director.
In between, Senator, I went to Harvard University for 2 years and Afghanistan.
I want to ask you questions about Concerned Veterans for America. Again, another set of tax returns, the 990s from that organization. I ask they be made part of the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, both of those returns are now part of the record.
2011 to 2016. At the end of 2013, shortfall of $130,000. At the end of 2014, shortfall of $428,000. You had a surplus the following year, but then another deficit of $437,000. By the time you left, that organization had deep debts, including credit card transaction debts of about $75,000. That isn't the kind of fiscal management we want at the Department of Defense. We can't tolerate it at the Department of Defense. That's an organization with a budget of $850 billion, not 10 or 15 million, which was the case at those two organizations. And it has command responsibility for 3.4 million Americans. The highest number that you managed in those two organizations was maybe 50 people. Let me ask you, how many men and women now serve in the United States Army? What is Sen's strength?
Senator, I would like an opportunity to respond to
Well, I've asked you a
impugning
question.
of my leadership of a veterans organization. Concerned Veterans for America, you're on the VA committee, sir, and I appreciate your service there. The VA Accountability Act and the Mission Act were all brainchilds of Concerned Veterans for America. We used our donor money very intentionally and focused to create policy that bettered the lives of veterans.
Mr. Hegseth, I'm asking you a very simple question. How many men and women currently serve in the United States Army?
Senator, the United States Army, 450,000 on active duty, sir.
And how many in the Navy?
And the Navy is 425, sir.
Well, it's 337 this year. How many in the Marine Corps?
175,000, sir.
172,300. Those numbers dwarf any experience you had by many multiples. I don't believe that you can tell this committee or the people of America that you are qualified to lead them. I would support you as the spokesperson for the Pentagon. I don't dispute your communication skills, but I believe that we are entitled to the facts here. I've asked for more documents. I assume you'd be willing to submit to an expanded FBI background check that interviews your colleagues, accountants, ex-wives, former spouses, sexual assault survivors, and others, and enable them to come forward.
Senator, I'm not in charge of FBI and background checks.
But you would submit to it and support it.
I'm not in charge of FBI background checks.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. I at this point, want to submit a letter from Captain Wade Zirkle, the founder of Vets for Freedom and the person who hired Pete Hegseth to run the organization. Although the 2008 financial crisis dried up fundraising for nonprofits, Captain Zirkle says, and I quote, "Pete responded to this crisis with decisive action by reducing staff and renegotiating all debts with creditors until they were fairly resolved, an impressive feat and a testament to Pete's character." Pete departed VFF in 2010 to take on a new role with Concerned Veterans for America. Pete departed on good terms. Without objection, that will be added to the record. Senator Ernst, you are recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter submitted by Mr. Mark Lucas, who is a fellow Iowan and Iowa Army National Guard member. Mr. Lucas and I served together in the Iowa Army National Guard. He succeeded Pete Hegseth as Executive Director of Concerned Veterans for America. And in his letter, Mr. Lucas says that Mr. Hegseth, quote, laid a strong foundation that postured CVA for long-term success, end quote. And that Mr. Hegseth, quote, continued to be an invaluable asset to both me as a leader and the organization, end quote. So I would ask for unanimous consent to enter this Washington Times article and the letter from Mr. Mark Lucas into the record.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hegseth, and thank you very much. I appreciate your service to our nation. It's something that I know you are very proud of, and it is something that we have in common and that we share. You and I have had many productive conversations. And just for our audience, we have had very frank conversations. Is that correct, Mr. Hegseth?
Senator, that is a correct characterization.
You know that I don't keep anything hidden, pull no punches. My colleagues know that as well. So I do appreciate you sitting down and allowing me the opportunity to question you thoroughly on those issues that are of great importance to me. Just to recap those issues, 3 that are very important. One is the DOD and making sure that we have a clean audit. The second is women in combat, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And the third was maintaining high standards and making sure that we are combating sexual assault in the military. Okay, so Mr. Hegseth, I'm going to address the issue because this will tie into some of the financial concerns that have been raised here as well. And it's why, you know, trusting my fellow Iowan, asked for unanimous consent of his letter to go into the record. But like me, a lot of Iowans are really, really concerned and upset about the wasteful Washington spending and of course, in our Pentagon. It's an issue that I have been combating for years. So there's significant room for greater efficiency and cost cutting within the department. And the DOD is the only federal agency that has never passed an audit. As the Senate DOJ caucus chair and founder, that's unacceptable to me, and it should be unacceptable to you as well. So I appreciate that you mentioned that in your opening statement. What are those steps that you will take to ensuring the Pentagon has a clean audit by the year 2028?
Senator, I appreciate your work on this topic, which you've been involved in for a long time. You mentioned Concerned Veterans for America. I just want to clarify, we have very generous donors who set a very clear budget that we stuck to every single year. So the latitude there was restricted, and we worked very hard and diligently inside it. You've also been a leader on the Pentagon audit for a very long time. I think when we met, Senator, I said 2014 was the first year. We discovered a 2013 op-ed I wrote about the need for a Pentagon audit because an audit is an issue of national security and frankly, respect to American taxpayers who give $850 billion over to the Defense Department and expect that we know where that money goes. And if that money is going somewhere that doesn't add to tooth and instead goes to fat or tail, we need to know that. Or if it's wasted, we need to know that. So I think previous secretaries of defense, with all due respect, haven't necessarily emphasized the strategic prerogative of an audit. And myself, my deputy SecDef, and others already know that a Pentagon audit will be the comptroller, others central to ensuring we find those dollars that can be used elsewhere legally under the law inside the Pentagon. So you have my word, it will be a priority.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to women in combat, and I had the privilege of serving in uniform for over 23 years. Between our Army Reserves and our Iowa Army National Guard, did serve in Kuwait and missions in Iraq. And so it is incredibly important that I stress, and I hope that if confirmed, you continue to stress, that every man and woman has opportunity to serve their country in uniform and do so at any level as long as they are meeting the standards that are set forward. And we talked about that in my office. I do believe in high standards. Now, I was denied the opportunity to serve in any combat role because I have a lot of gray hair. And the policy has changed since then, okay? So I've been around for quite a while. But for the young women that are out there now and can meet those standards, and again, I'll emphasize they should be very, very high standards. They must physically be able to achieve those standards so that they can complete their mission. But I want to know, again, let's make it very clear for everyone here today. As Secretary of Defense, will you support women continuing to have the opportunity to serve in combat roles?
Senator, first of all, thank you for your service, as we discussed extensively as well.
It's my privilege.
And my answer is yes, exactly the way that you caveated it. Yes, women will have access to ground combat roles, given the standards remain high, and we'll have a review to ensure the standards have not been eroded in any one of these cases. That'll be part of one of the first things we do at the Pentagon is reviewing that in a gender-neutral way, the standards, ensuring readiness and meritocracy is front and center. But absolutely, it would be the privilege of a lifetime to, if confirmed, to be the Secretary of Defense for all men and women in uniform who fight so heroic. They have so many other options. They decide to put their right hand up for our country, and it would be an honor to have a chance to lead them.
Thank you. And just very briefly, we only have less than a minute left, but we have also discussed this in my office. A priority of mine has been combating sexual assault in the military and making sure that all of our service members are treated with dignity and respect. This has been so important. Senator Gillibrand and I have worked on this, and we were able to get changes made to the Uniform Code of Military Justice to make sure that we have improvements and on how we address the tragic and life-altering issues of rape, sexual assault. It will demand time and attention from the Pentagon under your watch if you are confirmed. So as Secretary of Defense, will you appoint a senior level official dedicated to sexual assault prevention and response?
Senator, as we have discussed, yes, I will.
Okay, and my time has expired. Thank you for your answers.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hegseth, welcome.
Thank you.
I am focused on your fitness to serve, including your character and temperament and your overall qualifications to do the job. And I do appreciate the comments of Ranking Member Reed with his concerns regarding your nomination because I share those concerns. As part of my responsibility as a member of this committee to ensure the fitness of all nominees to come before any of the committees on which I sit, I ask the following two initial questions. First, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
Senator, I was falsely accused in October of 2017. It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
I don't think completely cleared is accurate, but the fact is that your own lawyer said that you entered into an NDA and paid a person who accused you of raping her a sum of money to make sure that she did not file a complaint. Moving on. As Secretary, you will be in charge of maintaining good order and discipline by enforcing the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ. In addition to the sexual assault allegations, and by the way, the answer to my second question should have been yes. I have read multiple reports of your regularly being drunk at work, including by people who worked with you at Fox News. Do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Senator, those
Yes
are
or no?
multiple false anonymous reports peddled by NBC
Do you
News
know that
run directly
drinking on the job
contradictory to the
is
dozens of men and women at
Not
Fox News
contemplated
Channel
and-
who I work with
I'm
who
not
came
hearing
on
the
the
answer to my
record
question.
and said they've
In your
never
opening
seen
statement,
that.
Mr. Hegseth, you commit to holding leaders accountable at all levels. That includes you, of course. And frankly, as Secretary, you will be on the job 24/7. You recently promised some of my Republican colleagues that you stopped drinking and won't drink if confirmed, correct?
Absolutely.
Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
I've made this commitment on behalf of the
Will you
men and women I'm
resign as
serving.
Secretary of Defense
I've
if
made this
you
commitment
drink
on
on the
behalf of
job?
the men and women I'm serving.
I'm not
because it's the
hearing-
most important deployment
I'm not
of my
hearing an
life.
answer to my question, so I'm going to move on. While you have made that commitment, you will not commit to resigning if you drink on the job. As Secretary of Defense, you will swear an oath to the Constitution and not an oath to any man, woman, or president, correct?
Senator, on multiple occasions, including as a young second lieutenant, I have sworn an oath to the
Answer is
Constitution,
yes.
and I'm proud to do so. Yes, ma'am.
In June of 2020, then President Trump directed former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in downtown DC, an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit that was in Lafayette Square during those
Would you
events,
carry
holding
out
a
an
riot
order to
shield on
shoot
behalf of my
protesters
country.
in the legs?
I saw 50
as
Secret Service
directed
agents
to
get injured
Secretary
by
Esper?
rioters trying to jump over the fence, set
Again,
the church on fire, and
You
destroy
know
a
what, that sounds
statue.
to me that you will
Chaos.
comply with such an order. You will shoot protesters in the leg. Moving on. President-elect has attacked our allies in recent weeks, refusing to rule out using military force to take over Greenland and the Panama Canal, and threatening to make Canada the 51st state. Would you carry out an order from President Trump to seize Greenland, a territory of our NATO ally Denmark, by force, or would you comply with an order to take over the Panama Canal?
Senator, I will emphasize that President Trump received 77 million votes to be the lawful
We're
commander-in-chief
not
of
talking
this
about
country.
the election. My question is, would you use our military to take over Greenland or an ally of Denmark?
Senator, one of the things that President Trump is so good at is never strategically tipping his hand. And so I would never in this public forum give one way or another direct what orders the president would give me in any context.
That sounds to me that you would contemplate carrying out such an order to basically invade Greenland and take over the Panama Canal. Current DoD policy allows service members and eligible dependents to be reimbursed for travel associated with non-covered reproductive health care, including abortions. Will you maintain this common sense policy?
Senator, I've always been personally pro-life. I know President Trump has as well, and we will review all policies, but our standard is whatever the president wants on this particular
Okay,
issue.
so
With my advice, I will take a
if the
look at.
president
but
tells you that this
I don't
common
believe
sense
the federal-
policy will
I-
not be maintained, you will not enable our service members to seek reproductive care. So it
I
sounds
don't
like to
believe the
me.
federal government
I'm not
should be
hearing
funding
answers to my questions,
travel for
Mr.
abortion.
Chairman. I just want to note that the other area that of serious concern to me is President Trump saying that he wants to use the military to help with mass deportations, which will cost billions of dollars. And what that will do to readiness is very, very concerning. Mr. Hegseth, I have noticed a disturbing pattern. You previously have made a series of inflammatory statements about women in combat, LGBTQ service members, Muslim Americans, and Democrats. Since your nominations, however, you have walked those back on TV in interviews and most recently in your opening statements. You are no longer on Fox and Friends, Mr. Hegseth. If confirmed, your words, actions, and decisions will have real impacts on national security and our service members' lives. There are close to 3 million personnel in the Department of Defense, $900 billion budget. I hardly think you are prepared to do the job. Thank you, Mr.
Senator,
Chairman.
Thank you. That wasn't a question, Mr. Hegseth. Thank you, Senator Rono. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Hegseth. Congratulations on your nomination, and thank you and your family for your service and sacrifice.
thank you, Senator.
Now for the most important question you will receive all day. In 1935, before the Congress, the father of the United States Air Force, General Billy Mitchell, was testifying about a certain place in the world. He said, quote, "I believe that in the future, whoever holds this place will control the world. This location is the most strategic place in the world." What place was Billy Mitchell talking about? And let me give you a hint, it wasn't Greenland.
I believe he was talking about the great state of Alaska.
He was talking about the
Senator.
great state of Alaska. Great answer. If confirmed, will you commit to come with me to the great state of Alaska and meet our warriors who are on the front lines every day?
Senator, I have, and as I mentioned to you in the past, I did a brief training exercise up at Fort Wainwright at a previous part of my military life. I look forward to returning.
Great. And I will say, we are on the front lines with this new era of authoritarian aggression in Alaska. The last 2 years, we've had Chinese and Russian naval task forces, joint strategic bomber task forces in our EEZ, in our ADIZ. And after his election, President Trump put out an extensive statement on Alaska, which included the following statement: "We will ensure Alaska gets even more defense investments as we fully rebuild our military, especially as Russia and China are making menacing moves in the Pacific." Mr. Hegseth, if confirmed, will you work with me, this committee, and the incoming Commander-in-Chief on continuing to build up our military assets and infrastructure in Alaska to reestablish deterrence in the Arctic and in the Indo-Pacific?
If confirmed, Senator, it would be a pleasure to work alongside you and this entire committee to recognize the very real threat in the Indo-Pacific, the very real ways, even these past couple of weeks, that Russia has attempted to probe and push in and around Alaska, and also the very real strategic significance of Alaska vis-a-vis shipping lanes through the Arctic. There are many, many ways in which Alaska is strategically significant, and with a necessary shift toward Indo-PACOM, Alaska, by necessity, will play an important role in that.
Thank you, Ms. Hegseth. I very much appreciate your focus on lethality
Gracias, le
and
agradezco
warfighting
su
we desperately
concentración
need.
en la
I
capacidad
want to provide a
letal,
few
algo que
examples
necesitamos
of the
desesperadamente.
Biden woke
Voy a darle algunos
military,
ejemplos
which is not
de
focused on
la política
readiness
de Biden
or lethality, and want to get your
en
comments
las
on it.
Fuerzas Armadas,
Nobody
que no
wants
se
an
concentra en
extremist or racist in our
preparación
military,
o
but
carácter
one of the
letal.
most disgraceful and
Nadie habla
shameful
de
things
extremismo en las
I've
Fuerzas
seen
Armadas, pero
over
una de
the
las
past
cosas
4
más
years as a
vergonzosas que he visto en los
senator on
últimos
this
4
committee
años
and as a Marine
Como senador en esta comisión y como reservista de la Infantería Marino, he escuchado una narrativa insultante del gobierno de Biden diciendo que nuestras Fuerzas Armadas están plagadas de racismo y extremismo. Esto llegó a la cima en esta comisión cuando el número 3 del Pentágono, bajo el gobierno Biden, dijo que una de sus metas principales era ponerle fin a la violencia y al extremismo y al racismo sistémico en las filas de las Fuerzas Armadas. No presentó información concreta sobre esto, a los medios le encantó, estuvieron propagando esta falsa narrativa. Esto ha llevado a algunos de mis colegas del otro partido a reforzar esta narrativa ridícula. Uno incluso sugirió que casi 10% de nuestro personal militar era extremista. 200,000 miembros, algo ridículo. Señor Hegseth, a diferencia del secretario, usted tiene experiencia militar. ¿Considera que en las Fuerzas Armadas hay un racismo sistémico? Y si fuera confirmado, ¿se comprometería usted a defender en lugar de denigrar a nuestras tropas? Senador, a mí también me ofendieron esos comentarios porque cualquiera que haya estado en servicio activo en la Guardia Nacional, hombres y mujeres, entiende que eso es falso. Por cierto, hay 3 estudios que dicen exactamente lo que usted dice. Cualquiera que haya estado en esta unidad puede decirlo. Uno puede decir que una de las instituciones menos racistas del país son las Fuerzas Armadas. Eso no se ha tolerado desde hace mucho tiempo. ¿Está usted de acuerdo en que las Fuerzas Armadas son una de las organizaciones más activamente defensoras de los derechos civiles en la historia de Estados Unidos? Sin duda. Pasemos a otro punto. El año pasado, en una audiencia, le pedí la renuncia al secretario de la Armada porque no había logrado la meta de construir más buques. Nos estaban superando considerablemente los chinos, pero él estaba concentrado no en los barcos, sino en la defensa ambiental. Si su secretario de la Armada se concentrara más en el cambio ambiental que en las Fuerzas Armadas, ¿lo despediría? De ser confirmados, no nos concentraríamos en el cambio climático desde la Armada. Lo mismo que si habláramos de aviones o de tanques eléctricos. Tengo un minuto y se lo agradezco. Otra cosa que hizo el presidente Biden fue que emitió una orden ejecutiva como presidente concentrándose en cirugías para personal militar activo transgénero. Este es el espíritu de las Fuerzas Armadas bajo el espíritu de Biden en los últimos 4 años. Si fuera confirmado y vamos a eliminar este yugo impuesto por Biden en las Fuerzas Armadas para concentrarnos en el carácter letal, ¿cuál cree que sería la reacción de las tropas? Senador, sé que esto le encantaría a nuestras tropas y ya lo estamos viendo. Ya se ha ido registrando un repunte del reclutamiento desde que el presidente Trump tuvo la victoria electoral. Nuestras Fuerzas Armadas seguirían con gusto esas órdenes porque quieren enfocarse en la capacidad de combate y hacer a un lado estas prerrogativas políticas de las Fuerzas Armadas. Gracias. Gracias, señor Hegseth. Estoy ansioso por esta oportunidad de conversar. Quisiera volver al incidente al que usted se refirió hace un minuto en Monterrey, California, en octubre de 2017. En ese entonces estaba casado con su segunda esposa, ¿correcto? Creo que sí. Y usted había tenido un hijo con la mujer que se convirtió en su tercera esposa. Yo fui investigado y fui exonerado. Piensa que fue exonerado porque no había cometido ningún crimen. Usted acababa de tener un hijo 2 meses antes con una mujer que no era su esposa. Me sorprende que usted diga que fue exonerado. que usted le haya faltado a su segunda esposa y nos diga que fue exonerado. ¿Es esa una exoneración? La niña se llama Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth, tiene 7 años y es una hija de Dios. Pero usted le fue infiel a la madre de esa niña. Esas fueron acusaciones falsas. Esto se investigó y yo fui exonerado. Pero usted admite que tuvo sexo en un hotel en octubre de 2017 y dice que fue algo por consenso. Usted admite que fue una relación consensual, pero todavía estaba casado y tuvo un hijo con otra mujer. ¿Cómo puede usted explicar eso? Hubo acusaciones falsas en mi contra, pero usted ha admitido que tuvo sexo con otra mujer estando casado con su segunda esposa. Si hubiera sido un caso de asalto sexual, eso lo descalificaría. Eso fue falso entonces y sigue siendo falso ahora. Pero si hubiera sido un asalto sexual, eso lo descalificaría para ser secretario de Defensa. Esa fue una alegación falsa. Estamos hablando de algo hipotético. No me puede entonces decir si alguien que comete un asalto sexual es descalificado para ser secretario de Defensa. Senador, estoy hablando de mi caso y solo de mi caso. Eso fue algo falso. Pero usted reconoce que le fue infiel a su esposa y le fue infiel a la mujer con quien acababa de tener un hijo. Usted no se está retractando. Entiendo que cuando uno se casa, uno jura fidelidad a su cónyuge, ¿no es así? Como he reconocido, senador, no soy una persona perfecta. La pregunta es muy sencilla. Usted hace un juramento de fidelidad a su cónyuge, ¿no es así? Yo he tenido fallas en mi vida y afortunadamente he sido redimido por mi Señor y Salvador Jesucristo. ¿Había acuerdos de confidencialidad en sus divorcios? No que yo sepa. Y si fuera así, ¿usted levantaría esos acuerdos de confidencialidad? No estoy al tanto de eso. Pero si existieran, ¿les liberaría usted de eso? No es mi responsabilidad. ¿Alguna vez usted cometió actos de violencia física contra alguna de sus esposas? Absolutamente no. Pero si alguien hubiera cometido un acto de violencia contra su cónyuge, solo descalificaría para servir como secretario de Defensa, ¿correcto? Yo nunca he hecho eso. Pero ¿está de acuerdo en que eso sería un factor descalificador? Senador, está hablando de algo hipotético. No creo que sea algo hipotético. La violencia conyugal se da todos los días. Y si usted como líder no puede decir que la violencia física contra un cónyuge debe ser un factor descalificador para ocupar la Secretaría de Defensa, estaría demostrando una terrible falta de criterio. Esto condujo a una investigación criminal y un pago en efectivo a la persona denunciante y se llegó a un acuerdo de confidencialidad. Se llegó a un acuerdo bajo la ley de hostigamiento. Usted dice que había hecho esto porque esto pudiera perjudicar su carrera. Yo he dicho que me hicieron acusaciones falsas. Yo pude confrontar esas acusaciones, pero usted no le dijo nada de esto al presidente Trump o al equipo de transición cuando consideraron su nombramiento para secretario de Defensa. Usted no habló de la denuncia, de las acciones, no habló de la investigación, no habló del avenimiento o del pago en efectivo. ¿Por qué usted no le informó al comandante en jefe del equipo de transición de este evento tan relevante? Senador, en todo el proceso, el equipo de transición ha sido muy franco conmigo, hemos tenido excelentes conversaciones y aprecio la oportunidad que me ofrece el presidente electo. Pero usted decidió no revelar esto porque esto afectaría sus posibilidades. Así que decidió no revelar este elemento tan importante al comandante en jefe del equipo de transición porque estaban preocupados por sus posibilidades que con la sinceridad frente al futuro presidente de los Estados Unidos. ¿Hay algún otro detalle que no le reveló el presidente electo a su equipo cuando lo consideraban para secretario de Defensa? Senador, yo estoy aquí ante usted y soy un libro abierto, con múltiples acuerdos de confidencialidad que le atan las manos a personas que quisieran hablar con nosotros. Hablando de su desempeño como contribuyente de Fox o en organizaciones pro veteranos, ¿qué nos puede decir? ¿Fue usted despedido de alguna de estas entidades? No. ¿Tiene acuerdos de confidencialidad con esas organizaciones? No que yo sepa. Muchos de sus colegas dicen que usted llegó a trabajar bajo influencia de alcohol o ebrio. Si ese fuera el caso, eso descalificaría a un candidato a secretario de Defensa. Senador, estas son alegaciones anónimas. Esto no es anónimo. Uno de sus colegas dice que usted se emborrachó en un evento en un bar y gritó muerte a los musulmanes. Otro colega, no anónimo, dijo que usted llevó compañeros de trabajo a un club de striptease que bailó con una de las personas y después hubo un cargo de acoso sexual. Usted ha refutado esto, pero no ese es el tipo de comportamiento que, de ser cierto, descalificaría a alguien para ser secretario de Defensa. Senador, alegaciones anónimas, no son anónimas. Y en conclusión quiero decir lo siguiente al presidente. Usted dice que esto es todo anónimo. Hemos visto registros con nombres asociados con esto, incluyendo el nombre de su propia madre. Así que no diga que esto es algo anónimo. Múltiples colegas a lo largo de su carrera han hablado de sus acciones abusivas. Senador, se ha excedido en su tiempo. Cedo la palabra. Quisiera pedir, por consentimiento unánime, que se incorpore al expediente una orden de la Corte de Familia concerniente a la distribución de tiempo de custodia sobre Samantha Hegseth. Se dice aquí que no ha habido alegaciones de abuso doméstico en la relación. Esto, sin omisión, se incorpora al expediente. Y vamos a pasar ahora con el senador Kramer. Gracias, señor presidente. Gracias, señor Hegseth, por su servicio, por su disposición a pasar por este proceso. Y lamento lo que está ocurriendo ahora, especialmente la idea que usted tenga que sentarse allí y se le pida que responda a cuestiones hipotéticas o imaginarias, si eso lo descalificaría. Lo descalificaría si fuera un asesino, si fuera un violador. Es injusto y me avergüenza este comportamiento. Pero primero que nada quiero darle las gracias por su sólida proclamación de fe en Jesucristo. Yo he escuchado su declaración inicial y dije, wow, este es un hombre que en la cultura actual está dispuesto a decir lo primero es lo primero, la fe en Jesucristo. Y recuerdo lo que dijo Jesucristo sobre el reino del Señor. Usted va a tener un excelente futuro como secretario y estoy ansioso por que llegue ese día. Usted mencionó, y esto fue desestimado rápidamente, usted mencionó que usted no pudo servir con su unidad de la Guardia Nacional en la protección de la toma de posesión de Joe Biden por tener un tatuaje cristiano. ¿Puede usted decirnos cuál es este tatuaje ofensivo que tiene? Es un tatuaje que tengo aquí, es la Cruz de Jerusalén. Es un símbolo histórico cristiano. Recientemente estuve en una ceremonia en memoria del expresidente Jimmy Carter en la Catedral Nacional. En el programa de la ceremonia estaba esa misma cruz. Es un símbolo cristiano. Y con los eventos que precedieron a la toma de posesión de Biden, yo fui parte de la movilización para proteger la toma de posesión. He apoyado a Donald Trump, pero también como miembro de las Fuerzas Armadas. Dieron órdenes de viajar a Washington para custodiar la toma de posesión y a último minuto esas órdenes fueron revocadas. Algo sin precedentes para mí. Las órdenes fueron revocadas y no me dijeron por qué. Después, cuando escribí mi libro, pude obtener información que era porque me habían identificado de esa manera. Alguien que sirvió en Irak, en Afganistán, en la bahía de Guantánamo, con un escudo antimotines en la Casa Blanca, me estaban tildando de extremistas, de indigno de ser parte de la custodia de la toma de posesión de un presidente estadounidense. Y si eso me pasó a mí, senador, ¿cuántos hombres y mujeres más? ¿Cuántos otros patriotas? ¿Cuánta otra gente? No hemos hablado todavía del COVID y de decenas de miles de efectivos militares expulsados por una vacuna experimental. Estas personas deben ser restituidas y compensadas. Hemos visto una influencia de factores políticos en las filas de las Fuerzas Armadas y esto no debe ser así. Se hizo un estudio sobre grupos extremistas. Se identificó a 100 extremistas, supuestamente entre 3 millones. Y en muchos casos eran situaciones que tenían que ver con pandillas. Una falacia. La gente que le quiso privar a usted de su expresión de fe, esos son los extremistas, los racistas. Usted es quien está protegiendo su derecho a ser lo que son. Gracias. Quisiera pasar a otro punto en su declaración inicial. Esta se resume en este hermoso párrafo. Usted dice, líderes a todo nivel deberán responder sobre la preparación de las fuerzas y su carácter letal. Esos serán nuestros focos fundamentales. En ese momento, para mí, yo dije, el personal militar de las distintas ramas, desde el Pentágono al Pacífico y en todos los puntos intermedios, aplaudan. Y creo que ya es hora. Yo concuerdo con esa idea y honestamente, y quería tocar esto porque es tan importante. Yo no sé, quizá estoy tratando de pensar en una excepción. Cualquier persona que haya llevado el uniforme y que haya venido acá, con quien me haya reunido en público o en privado, o con quien haya viajado, ya sea personas con 4 estrellas o 100 estrellas, estaría de acuerdo con esa declaración y quisiera conocer su posición sobre esto. Se ha hablado mucho de despedir a generales enfocados en la corrección política. Yo diría, hay que darle a la gente una oportunidad bajo un nuevo liderazgo. Mi pintura favorita en la rotonda es una de George Washington, estableciendo desde el primer día un hombre que pudo haber sido nombrado rey, optando por ser un líder civil de este país. Y yo quisiera alentarlo a que confíe al liderazgo civil de este país. Quizás si pudiera elaborar un poco acerca de esta conducta de corrección política, ¿de dónde viene? Esto no viene de las filas de las Fuerzas Armadas, sino de la clase política, senador. Desde el primer día, desde la juramentación, el presidente Trump emitirá una serie de nuevas órdenes y habrá la oportunidad de acatar esas órdenes. Serán órdenes legítimas, no basadas en políticas, sino en el carácter letal y la preparación de las Fuerzas Armadas. Ese es el proceso sobre el que se va a juzgar el liderazgo. Y esto va a ocurrir porque todos aquí saben que si un soldado pierde su arma, es sancionado con todo el peso de la ley. Pero si un general pierde una guerra, puede recibir un ascenso. Esto no va a ocurrir en el Pentágono bajo Donald Trump. Habrá estándares de éxito desde los generales a más alto nivel hasta los soldados. Todos van a ser tratados con justicia dentro del sistema. También quiero felicitarlo por sus respuestas a las preguntas del senador Fisher sobre disuasión nuclear, pero también aprecio el hecho que usted ha enfatizado la disuasión por reputación. Usted proyecta una actitud de disuasión. Gracias, señor presidente. Gracias, senador Kramer. Senador King. Gracias, señor presidente. Señor Hegseth, bienvenido a la comisión. Usted ha hecho múltiples comentarios, ha hablado de su devoción cristiana, pero recuerdo a Saúl en el camino a Damasco. Usted parece haber pasado por una conversión en las últimas semanas y meses. El año pasado, en su libro, usted decía, en el libro War on Warriors, si vamos a enviar a nuestros muchachos a combatir, tenemos que prepararlos para que ganen. Nuestros muchachos no deben combatir bajo reglas. ¿Qué significa esto? ¿Usted piensa que solamente los muchachos pueden combatir? Hasta el año pasado, usted no creía esto. ¿Cómo explica su conversión? Mi testimonio, senador, es claro. Escribir un libro es diferente a ser secretario de Defensa, y estoy ansioso por encabezar a nuestros hombres y mujeres de las Fuerzas Armadas. Yo me refería a las difíciles reglas que miembros de nuestra generación han enfrentado en el campo de batalla, y algo que cambió de manera significativa el presidente Trump. Cuando el presidente Trump asumió el control en su primer mandato, ISIS estaba por doquier en la región y fue muy difícil ver ondeando la bandera de ISIS. Se lo agradezco. El presidente Trump cambió las reglas, liberó a nuestros soldados para que pudieran completar la misión y derrotar a ISIS. Esto no solo tiene implicaciones tácticas, sino también operativas. ¿Cómo se le permite a los soldados que luchen y ganen las guerras? Dentro del Código Uniforme de Justicia Militar y las leyes de la guerra, vamos a permitir que nuestros soldados puedan ganar las guerras para que las guerras no se arrastren. ¿Rechaza usted el título 18 y el título 42, que tiene provisiones que incorporan las leyes de conflicto armado y las convenciones de Ginebra? ¿Considera usted que eso debería ser revocado? Eso es la ley en este momento. Senador, nosotros tenemos leyes integradas al Código Uniforme de Justicia Militar, la Convención de Ginebra, y allí hay estándares ya establecidos. Pero nosotros enfrentamos a enemigos que no respetan reglas, que usan así como escudos humanos, que atacan a mujeres y niños. Nosotros no hacemos eso. Nosotros respetamos las reglas, pero no necesitamos reglas adicionales que nos hagan imposible ganar estas guerras. Usted dice que seguimos reglas, pero que no debemos seguir las reglas en todos los casos. Senador, estoy haciendo una importante distinción táctica. Hay reglas que hemos jurado defender, lo cual es sumamente importante, y hay algunos niveles a nivel de brigada, de batallón. Cuando esto llega a nivel de una compañía, un pelotón o un escuadrón, hay reglas que nadie reconoce, y eso hace extremadamente difícil cumplir con el trabajo en el campo de batalla. Esa es la clase de evaluación que le daría un mayor del ejército a este proceso. Su cita en 2024 dice: nuestros muchachos no deberían basarse en reglas escritas por individuos dignificados en salones de lujo. ¿Está usted diciendo que las provisiones de las convenciones de Ginebra que prohíben la tortura de prisioneros no deberían aplicarse en el futuro? Senador, ¿cómo tratamos a los heridos? ¿Cómo tratamos a los prisioneros? La aplicación de las convenciones de Ginebra es algo muy importante, pero tenemos que entender que cuando se escribieron las convenciones de Ginebra se basaban en un conflicto asimétrico diferente a la contrainsurgencia que enfrenté en Irak. Yo fui instructor principal en Irak Y mi trabajo era entender cómo operaban el Talibán y Al-Qaeda, para que las unidades supieran qué estaban haciendo. Sabían cuáles eran las reglas de acción. Y frente a las restricciones, esto puso a nuestras fuerzas en una condición más peligrosa. En el futuro necesitamos a alguien en el Pentágono que entienda esas repercusiones. Yo quiero entender su posición. ¿Usted piensa que la tortura es aceptable? Los ahogamientos simulados, que la tortura no deberían estar prohibidas dependiendo de las circunstancias de un conflicto. Eso no es lo que he dicho, nunca he sido partidario de la tortura. Nosotros combatimos bajo el imperio de la ley, pero tenemos mucha gente aquí en oficinas con aire acondicionado que les gusta estar haciendo acusaciones contra la gente que está combatiendo en territorio enemigo, haciendo cosas que la gente en Washington nunca se atrevería a hacer. En una de sus entrevistas, usted habla de Donald Trump y del senador Cruz. Usted habla de los ahogamientos simulados. Eso nos va a mantener seguros. Senador, la ley dice que los ahogamientos simulados no son legales. Así que se está desdiciendo de sus comentarios. Usted aprobaba esto. Senador, estoy familiarizado con ese concepto. Estuve en la bahía de Guantánamo custodiando a los que nos atacaron el 11 de septiembre. Pero quiero estar claro, ¿vamos a cumplir con las convenciones de Ginebra y sus provisiones sobre la tortura o no? Lo que no podemos hacer es ceder estas prerrogativas a organismos internacionales. Tenemos que entender que estamos enviando soldados estadounidenses con una misión clara, con un objetivo claro. Tenemos que permitirle a nuestros soldados luchar de manera decisiva. Me quedan algunos segundos solamente. Me preocupó en su declaración inicial cuando usted habló de sus prioridades. Vamos a trabajar con nuestros socios aliados para confrontar a los chinos en la región Indo-Pacífico. No se menciona nada aquí sobre Ucrania o sobre Rusia. ¿Quiere decir que piensan abandonar Ucrania? Senador, esa es una política a nivel presidencial. El presidente ha dejado en claro que quiere ver el fin del conflicto. Sabemos quiénes son los buenos, sabemos quién es el agresor. Queremos darle la máxima ventaja a los ucranianos. Usted hablaba de la disuasión a China. Estoy seguro que Xi Jinping está observando esto cuidadosamente. Si abandonan a Ucrania, esta sería la señal más clara a Xi Jinping que pueden tomar a Taiwán sin objeciones. Senador Scott de la Florida, quisiera incorporar al expediente dos cartas hablando del desempeño del señor Hegseth en Concerned Veterans of America. La primera carta es de un asesor que dice que no ha habido un mejor líder o defensor de los veteranos que Pete. Él fue crucial para asegurar que los veteranos tuvieran opciones de atención médica. La segunda carta es del señor Kessel Spiro. Él indica que Pete aportó una increíble energía, enfoque a la organización para asegurar el cumplimiento de la misión. Y quisiera someter una carta de Paul J. Roberts, coronel retirado, quien habla de la integridad del señor Hegseth. ¿Hay alguna objeción? Estos tres elementos se incorporan sin objeción. Primero que nada, felicitaciones por su nombramiento. Gracias, senador. Y gracias por su disposición a servir a nuestro país. Yo serví en la Armada. Yo me siento orgulloso de mi padre, quien también sirvió. Estuvo en la batalla de Bulge. Tengo mucho respeto por él y por todo nuestro personal uniformado y quienes han guiado a nuestras fuerzas. No me ocurrió a mí, pero Sí, tengo muchos amigos, incluso mi padre. Yo he servido en esta comisión por 6 años, 2 años bajo el presidente Trump, los últimos 4 bajo el presidente Joe Biden. He visto cómo el gobierno Biden-Harris le ha dado prioridad a otros criterios de corrección política por encima de la preparación militar. Nuestra capacidad de reclutar a gente dispuesta a arriesgar su vida por el país es vital. Puede hablar de otros cambios que se pueden hacer para mejorar el reclutamiento y devolverle a nuestras Fuerzas Armadas el carácter de la fuerza más letal del mundo. Gracias, senador, por su pregunta y por su tiempo. Creo que lo más importante que hemos podido hacer ha sido elegir a Donald Trump como nuevo comandante en jefe, porque el pasado es el prólogo. Nuestros combatientes saben qué comandante en jefe van a tener con Donald Trump. Alguien que los respalda, que les da misiones claras, alguien que le pone fin a los conflictos de manera decisiva. Se ha mencionado el tema de Ucrania. Alguien que se asegura que no se inicien nuevas guerras. Bajo Barack Obama hubo una pequeña incursión en Crimea y después vino el asalto de Vladimir Putin a Ucrania bajo el gobierno Biden. Esto no ocurrió bajo el gobierno de Donald Trump. Donald Trump se hizo cargo del Talibán bajo el gobierno de Biden. Afganistán colapsó trágicamente y todos recordamos lo que ocurrió en Abigail, donde perdimos a nuestros soldados. Teníamos globos chinos surcando el espacio aéreo del país. Esto no va a ocurrir bajo Donald Trump. Así que no hay nadie mejor que el presidente Trump para hacer este trabajo. Mi tarea, si fuera confirmado, sería trabajar con él y reforzar su énfasis en la capacidad de combate. Lo que no tenga que ver con la meritocracia está fuera de la toma de decisiones en el Pentágono. El género, la raza, la opinión sobre el cambio climático o si una persona es o no una persona de fe, eso no debe incidir en los ascensos. Si alguien es seleccionado para ir a West Point o para ir a la escuela de los Rangers. Lo importante es saber cuál es su nivel de excelencia en su trabajo. Yo he servido en unidades multiétnicas en todos los lugares donde he servido. Eso no cuenta. Pero de repente estamos volviendo a insertar la política de raza crítica cuando las unidades quieren trabajar de manera conjunta. Por eso decía, y lo reitero porque sé que esto va a ser citado en algún momento, la frase más tonta en la historia militar es que nuestra unidad es nuestra fortaleza. No, es la unidad de propósito, de misión. Somos una sola comunidad de defensa, toda comprometida con esta misión. Esto no tiene nada que ver con los antecedentes. Tiene que ver con el compromiso con el país y esa es mi promesa solemne a todas las personas que lleven nuestro uniforme. Y esto refleja las prioridades del presidente Trump también, senador. Hemos hablado también de que el Pentágono no puede pasar por una auditoría. Todo esto es cuestión de responsabilidad. Si se hace una auditoría, puede que le digan esto se tiene que corregir, pero todo esto tiene que ver con responsabilidad, cosa que no hemos tenido. ¿Cómo espera usted restablecer esta responsabilidad y qué piensa hacer para devolverle esto al Pentágono? Como dije al comienzo, senador, yo sé lo que no sé. Sé que nunca manejé una organización como el Departamento de Defensa, pero sí he sido líder de hombres y mujeres. Y ese liderazgo, esa motivación y esa claridad de misión es lo que permite cimentar un equipo, empoderar a la gente adecuadamente. Quiero gente inteligente y preparada, gente incluso más capacitada que yo. Y eso se puede ver en el departamento. Tenemos que establecer los parámetros y todos tienen que responder. Nuestro futuro presidente cree en la responsabilidad. Eso es lo que vamos a ver en el Pentágono. Esto ha sido un problema de larga data. El secretario Rumsfeld, el 10 de septiembre de 2001, un discurso que ha sido mayormente olvidado, pero hablaba de la necesidad de reformar el proceso de adquisiciones. para reforzar a los combatientes. Después vino el 11 de septiembre. Estos son problemas de larga data, pero ahora tenemos nuevas amenazas y necesitamos la urgencia del momento, como dice el señor presidente, el momento más peligroso que hayamos visto desde la Segunda Guerra Mundial. La urgencia de hacer todo lo posible para capacitar a nuestros combatientes, poderes de emergencia, la ley de producción para la defensa, y esto es ciertamente parte de eso. ¿Por qué quiere usted hacer esto? ¿Qué lo motiva a querer hacer este trabajo? Tiene 30 segundos. Porque amo a mi país, senador, y he dedicado mi vida a nuestros combatientes. Hay gente que me ve como el presentador de un programa de televisión, pero la gente que me conoce sabe dónde está mi corazón. Es en la gente que está en esta audiencia, gente que me ha respaldado y que yo respaldo. He estado en algunos de los lugares más cruentos que se puede imaginar y eso lo transforma a uno. Y solo por gracia de Dios estoy hoy aquí. Estoy haciendo esto por ellos. Gracias. Gracias. Muchas gracias por su servicio. Si fuera confirmado como secretario de Defensa, usted supervisaría a nuestras Fuerzas Armadas. Hay gente que está sirviendo en las Fuerzas Armadas, en la Infantería de Marina y más. Y me preocupa su comportamiento hacia las mujeres. Creo que eso lo descalifica para servir. He tratado de tener respuestas claras de su parte sobre esto. Nunca se quiso reunir conmigo, responder a mis preguntas, así que tendré que hacerlo aquí. Quisiera hablar de algunas de las preguntas que le hicieron los senadores Shaheen, Gillibrand, y quisiera tocar algunos de los puntos aquí. No voy a hablar de fuentes anónimas. Voy a citarlo a usted directamente. Tenemos el video y tenemos esto impreso. Volviendo a enero de 2013, usted dijo en Fox que las mujeres en las Fuerzas Armadas simplemente no estaban a la par de los hombres y decía que tener a mujeres en posiciones de combate obligaba a bajar los estándares. Usted retomó este tema después en Fox News. Usted habló de las mujeres en combate diciendo que esto erosionaba los estándares. En junio de 2024 usted dijo que las mujeres no deberían estar en posiciones de combate para nada. Y usted publicó un libro y en la página 26 del libro dice: necesitamos madres, pero no en las Fuerzas Armadas y especialmente no en unidades de combate. En la página 48 usted dice que las mujeres no deberían estar en posiciones de combate porque son una distracción para los hombres. Y hace 10 semanas usted decía en el programa de Sean Ryan que las mujeres no deberían estar en posiciones de combate. Me imagino que usted recuerda haber hecho estas declaraciones. Senadora, no estoy familiarizado con lo de 2013, pero en ese argumento de 2013 yo hablaba de estándares. Yo lo he citado a usted directamente, tenemos el video y con gusto se lo podemos mostrar. Pero quiero estar claro, durante 12 años usted expresó abiertamente sus posiciones de manera consistente, diciendo que las mujeres son militares inferiores y en caso que alguien haya perdido este punto, dice que las mujeres no deberían servir en posiciones de combate. Y en todos estos casos, usted no habla de calificaciones. No se trata de cuán rápido alguien puede correr o cuánto puede cargar. Usted dijo simplemente las mujeres no pertenecen en posiciones de combate. Y el 9 de noviembre de 2024, 32 días después de su último comentario público diciendo que las mujeres no deberían estar en posiciones de combate, usted declaró que algunos de nuestros guerreros más importantes son mujeres y que usted apoyaba que sirvieran en posiciones de combate. Eso es un cambio radical en muy poco tiempo. Así que permítame entender, señor Hegseth, ¿qué evento extraordinario ocurrió durante esos 32 días que le hizo cambiar de estos valores que usted había expresado en los años previos. Senadora, agradezco que usted se refiera a mis comentarios de 2013, porque para mí el punto siempre ha sido los estándares y lamentablemente debido... Discúlpeme, señor Hegseth. Paremos ahí un momento. Señor Hegseth, yo lo he estado citando a usted. Las mujeres no deberían estar para nada en posiciones de combate. No hay referencia a estándares. Yo no veo aquí ninguna de esas variables, señor Hegseth. Lo que veo es que en un periodo de 32 días, usted de repente tiene otra descripción de su opinión sobre las mujeres en las Fuerzas Armadas. Y yo quiero saber qué fue lo que cambió en esos 32 días. Que usted tenía una canción diferente que aquella con la que viene hoy. Senadora, hablo de una preocupación que tienen muchos en unidades de combate. Se han variado los estándares para llenar ciertas cuotas. ¿Qué ocurrió durante esos 32 días? Le voy a decir qué pasó. Tuvo un nombramiento del presidente Trump. Hay gente que tiene conversiones vísperas de la muerte. Pero espero que entienda que muchas mujeres que sirven en las Fuerzas Armadas en este momento pueden pensar que si usted fuera confirmado tan rápidamente, estas posiciones que he expresado, estos cambios de opinión en solo 32 días pudieran revertirse y se pudiera volver al tipo que dijo directamente, las mujeres no tienen cabida en posiciones de combate. Usted escribió que después que se retiran los generales deberían tener una vida de 10 años de trabajar en la industria de defensa. Estamos de acuerdo con el efecto corrosivo que tiene esto. Quisiera hablar de este tema. Me hubiera gustado discutirlo si me hubiera visitado, pero mi pregunta es, ¿usted estaría de acuerdo en que cuando usted deje este cargo no va a trabajar para la industria de la defensa por un periodo de 10 años? No es ni siquiera una pregunta, yo he pensado en eso. No es el motivo de mi interés en esta posición. Tengo poco tiempo, ¿sí o no? Consultaría con el presidente sobre cuál es su política. ¿Está usted seguro que todos los generales que han servido no deberían trabajar con la industria de la defensa por 10 años, pero no está dispuesto a hacer la misma promesa? Yo no soy un general, senadora. Pero vamos a estar claros. Usted sería quien está a cargo de los generales, así que usted está diciendo que lo que es bueno para el pavo no es bueno para la pava. Gracias, senadora Warren. Senador Tuberville. Gracias, señor presidente. Gracias por su duro trabajo y el trabajo de la comisión. Quisiera presentar esta carta. El tema comportamiento en Vets for Freedom. Quisiera integrar eso al expediente, sin objeción. General Hegseth, perdón, señor Hegseth. Gracias por comparecer hoy junto con su familia. Sé que esto es duro, pero usted es un tipo duro. Nunca había visto a tanta gente expresando su respaldo a un nominado, algo impresionante. Ayer hablé con muchos y demostraban mucha pasión. Gracias y felicitaciones por su nombramiento. Me preocupa el tema del reclutamiento. Podemos analizar todos estos puntos, esta narrativa, pero al final del día, los jugadores son los que ganan los juegos. Bueno, hay gente bajo su mando. Es la gente que va a defender a nuestro país. Los simulacros que hacemos en nuestras computadoras en este momento no son prometedores. Tenemos problemas con las Fuerzas Armadas. El país tiene problemas. Afortunadamente, el presidente Trump fue elegido en noviembre. No podíamos seguir por el mismo camino. Eso era insostenible. Me he reunido con un par de generales en el verano. Se está gastando más dinero en baños para militares transgénero que en nuevos aviones. Eso es inaceptable. No podemos hacer eso. No se trata de eso. Me reuní con un par de miembros de los Navy SEALs. Han estado en lugares que no puedo revelar, protegiéndonos a nosotros y a nuestros aliados, y apenas regresaron, ¿qué pasa? Tienen que ir a un entrenamiento de diversidad e inclusión. Para ellos fue vergonzoso lo que tuvieron que hacer. Hemos perdido la perspectiva de la misión de las Fuerzas Armadas. Esto requiere liderazgo, y esto comienza con el reclutamiento. ¿Por qué un joven lo haría? Cuando yo era muchacho, alguien que no podía ir a la universidad podía entrar a las Fuerzas Armadas, adquirir un oficio y una educación. Era una buena alternativa. Se nos ha olvidado eso. Y no podemos darle la espalda a nuestros jóvenes. Nuestros jóvenes son el principal capital del país y son los que están dispuestos a dar su vida por este país y su futuro. Nuevamente, gracias por acometer esta tarea. Reclutamiento. Nuestras academias deben servir como la principal fuente de oficiales y parece que ahora lo que hacen es estar generando activistas de izquierda, defensores de la diversidad, de inclusión y la teoría de raza crítica. Unos pocos ya es demasiado. ¿Cómo vamos a eliminar esto, señor Hegseth? ¿Cómo vamos a volver a tomar el camino? ¿Cómo vamos a desarrollar líderes? Yo le conseguí a un joven una nominación para ir a West Point y después la tuvo que rechazar y dijo, no me voy a meter en ese desastre. Gracias, senador, por su pregunta. Y este es un tema de liderazgo claro. Desde el presidente Trump, a través de mí, si fuera confirmado. Y esto es lo que ve el personal militar. Es una cuestión del liderazgo. Esto es lo que creemos, esta es la misión, este es el equipo que le vamos a dar y así los vamos a apoyar porque las Fuerzas Armadas a todo nivel, senador, durante generaciones han sido una cuestión familiar. Mi abuelo sirvió en las Fuerzas Armadas, mi padre sirvió, yo serví, mi hija ha servido. Esa cadena se está rompiendo con generaciones de personas de mi edad y mayores hablándole a sus hijos y nietos preguntándose, ¿quiero yo que ellos sirvan? Mi país los va a utilizar de manera responsable. Frente a esas dudas hay problemas serios. Uno se pregunta si uno quiere que su hijo siga su camino en West Point. Así que hay que eliminar estas políticas divisivas de estas instituciones y enfocarse en preparar líderes militares para el presente y el futuro. Tenemos que enfocarnos en ingeniería. Necesitamos la gente más brillante en ingeniería en las Fuerzas Armadas, aparte de estudios militares. Esto fue lo que hice yo en Princeton, ciencias militares, y necesitamos más personal militar yendo a West Point, a la Academia Naval. Gente que pueda compartir su aprendizaje en lugar de seguir con estos mismos criterios izquierdistas. Cuando esto cambie, senador, creo ciertamente que bajo Donald Trump tendremos un resurgimiento del reclutamiento. Esto dará una señal clara al mundo y a nuestros aliados que Estados Unidos está de vuelta y afortunadamente tenemos jóvenes que quieren servir. Y es un tema de actitud también. Me encanta su actitud, hay que tener motivación, hay que entender que la gente va a conectar con usted, la gente va a aprender bajo sus líderes. ¿Quién iba a luchar por un país si no lo ama? Es lo que he escuchado de muchos jóvenes que van a estas universidades enfocadas en la corrección política. Esa es una de las excusas que me dan los muchachos. Otra cosa, de acuerdo con el Pentágono, entre 2001 y 2024, el número de empleados civiles en la oficina del secretario de Defensa casi se ha duplicado, de 1.500 a casi 3.000. El número de civiles se ha elevado a casi 1 millar. están bajando las cifras. ¿Qué se puede hacer al respecto? Senador, eso lo vamos a encarar. Ganamos la Segunda Guerra Mundial con 7 generales de 4 estrellas. Hoy en día tenemos 44. Hay una relación inversa entre la dimensión de personal y la victoria en el campo de batalla. No necesitamos más burocracia en la cima. Así que va a ser mi trabajo, trabajando con la gente que contratemos y miembros del Ejecutivo para identificar dónde se puede eliminar el desperdicio para enfocarnos en el carácter letal. Gracias, senador Peters. Bienvenido. Hemos tenido demasiado partidismo en el país. Esto está socavando. Tenemos que unir a gente de diferentes niveles de experiencia. Así que en esta comisión quisiéramos, hasta donde sea posible, eliminar el sesgo partidista de estas audiencias. No soy ingenuo. Tenemos que hacer ese trabajo y quiero que sepa que como miembro de esta comisión yo he votado de manera bipartidista por 2 secretarios de defensa cuando Donald Trump era presidente. En total hemos tenido 5 secretarios de defensa en ese periodo. Así que eso nos da un anticipo de lo que podemos ver en este gobierno. Pero esto es un proceso, hay que conocer a la persona, entender sus calificaciones, los estándares. Yo he hecho múltiples solicitudes para reunirme con usted antes de esta sesión. Algunos colegas querían reunirse con usted, lo he hecho con otros nominados, personas altamente calificadas, profesionales. ¿Alguna razón por la que usted tuvo miedo de reunirse personalmente con algunos de mis colegas antes de esta audiencia? Senador, sé que hubo contactos con múltiples oficinas, había muchas cosas que estaban ocurriendo. Yo estaba listo. Me encantaría tener la oportunidad. Hubiera sido mucho mejor tener esa oportunidad de conversar con antelación. Creo que fue un error y eso no nos pone un buen camino cuando usted se niega a reunirse con la gente para hablar de los retos que enfrenta el Departamento de Defensa. Mis colegas, la gente que lo presentó a usted y otros, han hablado de que les preocupa el manejo del Departamento de Defensa, los retrasos en las entregas de sistemas. Necesitamos una gerencia sólida en el Departamento de Defensa. Necesitamos a alguien que tome las riendas y le responda a los contribuyentes y le dé la fuerza más letal que haya visto el mundo, pero tenemos que hacerlo de manera eficiente. Yo he escuchado de trabajos que se tuvo en el pasado. ¿Cuánta gente reportaba usted en esas posiciones? Senador, en Beds for Freedom éramos un grupo pequeño. Los números. Solo las cifras, por favor. Probablemente teníamos 8 a 10 empleados a tiempo completo y múltiples voluntarios. Yo había escuchado de 2 y se ha hablado del mal manejo, etc. No voy a entrar en eso, solo por curiosidad. Allí tenía a 8 personas. ¿Cuál es el mayor número de personas que usted ha supervisado en su carrera? No 3 millones. Poca gente ha tenido esa experiencia, pero ¿cuántos? Creo que teníamos más de 100 personas en conservadores y miles de voluntarios. Probablemente 200. Nada ni remotamente cerca del Departamento de Defensa, lo reconozco. Ni siquiera es similar a una empresa mediana en Estados Unidos o una corporación grande. Básicamente se lo está contratando para encabezar una de las organizaciones más grandes y complejas del mundo. Nosotros somos el directorio, No sé de ningún directorio que contrataría a un presidente para una compañía. Si dice, mire, yo fui supervisor de 100 personas. Le van a preguntar cuál es su experiencia. Necesitamos innovación. ¿Puede decirnos cuál ha sido su experiencia promoviendo innovación en una organización? Dios mío, senador, nosotros creamos una fuerza bipartidista sin precedentes para promover políticas y promover cambios de políticas en el Capitolio, algo por lo que varias organizaciones lucharon intensamente. La ley de responsabilidad, la ley Mission Act. Gracias, se lo agradezco. Gracias. Gracias, tengo tiempo limitado, gracias por eso. Deme un ejemplo de dónde ha reducido costos. Yo he escuchado los ejemplos que dio el senador Blumenthal. Eso era un problema serio para usted en su organización de 50 personas que recaudó menos de lo que gastaron. Usted pudo recortar los costos. Mire, déjeme decirle, nosotros tenemos que hacer recortes sustanciales en una organización de 3 millones de personas y que maneja cientos de miles de millones de dólares. Para mí, cuando hablamos de reforma de adquisiciones, usted lo mencionó, ha tenido experiencia en este tema. Es un tema sobre el que he leído y estudiado. ¿Tiene experiencia en eso? En este momento no se está haciendo bien y necesitamos gente con experiencia haciendo eso. Usted ha hablado de estándares. Nuevamente, me refiero a ser el presidente de la organización más compleja del mundo. No creo que haya un directorio en Estados Unidos que lo contrataría con el nivel de experiencia que tiene en su currículum. Usted habla de estándares, de los problemas con los estándares en el Departamento de Defensa. Habla de incrementar los estándares. ¿Piensa usted que la forma de incrementar estos estándares es bajando los estándares que se aplican al secretario de Defensa, contratando a alguien que no ha manejado más de 100 personas para que se encargue de manejar esta organización tan increíblemente compleja, para hacerlo con profesionalismo y sin que tenga una experiencia manifiesta? Eso para mí es un problema. No se trata de otros temas que se han planteado y que son muy importantes, pero estamos hablando de tener la mejor gente que ha demostrado tener capacidad para manejar organizaciones grandes. Y lo siento, pero no veo esto en sus antecedentes. Hay otras cosas que usted puede hacer muy bien, es una persona muy capaz, pero no estoy convencido que usted pueda asumir esta enorme responsabilidad con una organización tan compleja sin tener suficiente experiencia gerencial. Yo fui contratado por uno de los presidentes más exitosos del país, si fuera confirmado. Me parece, señor Hegseth, que usted ha supervisado más gente que el senador promedio, ¿no es así?
Except for former governors, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Mullen, I understand you are yielding back your time and do not
Entiendo
wish
que
to
está
add.
cediendo la palabra.
I was misinformed. Senator Mullen, it's right.
Caught me totally off guard there.
Fue mal informado.
Submit for the record signatures by 32 members of the House of
Quisiera
Representatives.
presentar firmas de miembros de la Cámara de Representantes veteranos, quienes piden un proceso de evaluación basado en la sustancia de los méritos del caso, sus credenciales académicas y su visión para revitalizar las Fuerzas Armadas. Pedimos que esto se integre al expediente, sin objeción.
You know, there's a lot of talk going about, talking about qualifications and then about us hiring him if we are the board, but there's a lot of senators here I wouldn't have on my board because there is no qualifications except your age, and you got to be living in the state and you're a citizen of the United States to be a senator. Other than the fact we got to convince a lot of people to vote for us. And then when we start talking about qualifications for if you're qualified for it, could the chairman tell me what the qualifications are for the Secretary of Defense? Mr. Chairman, could you tell me what the qualifications are for the Secretary of Defense?
I'd be happy for
I'll read it.
for you to do
Yeah,
that. yeah.
let me read it for you, because I Googled
I
it.
was getting some advice from
I
my
understand
second
that.
in command.
Yeah, but I'm just making a point, because there's a lot about qualifications, and I think it's so hypocritical of senators, especially on the other side of the aisle, be talking about his qualifications, not being able to lead the secretary, or be the Secretary of Defense, and yet your qualifications aren't any better. You guys aren't any more qualified to be the senator than I'm qualified to be the senator, except we're lucky enough to be here. But let me read you what the qualifications of the Secretary of Defense is, because I Googled it, and went through a lot of different sites, and really it's hard to see. But in general, the U.S. Secretary of Defense position is filled by a civilian. That's it. If you have served in the U.S. Army Forces and have been in the service for, you have to be retired for at least 7 years, and Congress can weigh that. And then there's questions that the senator from Massachusetts brought up about serving on a board inside the. If you have served in the U.S. Army Forces and have been in the service for, you have to be retired for at least 7 years, and Congress can weigh that. And then there's questions that the senator from Massachusetts brought up about serving on a board inside the military industry, and yet your own secretary that you all voted for, Secretary of Austin, we had to vote on a waiver because he stepped off the board of Raytheon. But I guess that's okay, because that's a Democrat Secretary of Defense. But you so quickly forget about that. And then Senator Kaine, or I guess I better use the senator from Virginia, starts bringing up the fact that what if you showed up drunk to your job? How many senators have showed up drunk to vote at night? The senator from Massachusetts brought up about serving on a board inside the military industry, and yet your own secretary that you all voted for, Secretary of Austin, we had to vote on a waiver because he stepped off the board of Raytheon. But I guess that's okay, because that's a Democrat Secretary of Defense. But you so quickly forget about that. And then Senator Kaine, or I guess I better use the senator from Virginia, starts bringing up the fact that what if you showed up drunk to your job? How many senators have showed up drunk to vote at night? Have any of you guys asked them to step down and resign from their job? And don't tell me you haven't seen it, because I know you have. And then how many senators do you know have got a divorce before cheating on their wives? Did you ask them to step down? No. But it's for show. You guys make sure you make a big show and point out the hypocrisy because the man's made a mistake. And you want to sit there and say that he's not qualified? Give me a joke. I mean, it is so ridiculous that you guys hold yourself as this higher standard and you forget you got a big plank in your eye. We've all made mistakes. I've made mistakes. And Jennifer, thank you for loving him through that mistake. Because the only reason why I'm here and not in prison is because my wife loved me too. I have changed, but I'm not perfect. But I found somebody that thought I was perfect. And for whatever reason, you love Pete, and I don't know why. But just like our Lord and Savior forgave me, my wife's had to forgive me more than once too, and I'm sure you've had to forgive him too. And so thank you. So before I go down this rabbit hole again, tell me something about your wife that you love.
She's the smartest, most capable, loving, humble, honest person I've ever met. In addition to being incredibly beautiful. Don't forget about your kids. I'm supposed to talk about my kids?
No, well, she's also the mother.
Oh, an amazing mother.
Yes.
Of our blended family of 7 kids.
Brother, I'm pulling you along. I'm trying to help you here. You know, do you believe that you're going to be running the Secretary or the Department of Defense by yourself?
Senator, absolutely not. Just as President Trump is assembling his cabinet, I look forward and already am in the process of building one of the best possible teams you can imagine, with decades and decades of experience outside of the Pentagon, driving innovation and excellence, and also inside the building, knowing how to make it happen. Yes, sir.
So, in your organizations that you did have the privilege of running, did you have a board that you?
In both organizations, we had a board, yes.
Okay, and what did you do with that board? What kind of decisions did you make with them?
Those boards provided oversight and insight into decision-making.
They all have special, unique sets that maybe filled gaps that you're not the expertise in?
Yes, sir.
So do you believe you're capable of surrounding yourself with capable individuals that you're going to be able to run those same ideas by, and surround yourself with people that are smarter and better equipped in maybe areas that you don't necessarily carry those expertise with?
Senator, the only reason I've had success in life, to include my wonderful wife, is because of people more capable around me and having the self-confidence to empower them and say, hey, run with the ball, run with the football, take it down the field. We'll do this together. I don't care who gets the credit. And in this case, that's how the Pentagon will be run.
Let's end with this, Mr. Chairman, about the qualifications. You got a man who has literally put his butt on the line, who served 20 years in the service, multiple deployments, has heard the bullets crack over the top of his head, has been willing to go into combat, been willing to see friends die for this country, and he's willing to still put himself through this. His wife is willing to still stand beside him, knowing he wasn't perfect, knowing that all this was going to be brought up, and he's still willing to serve the country. What other qualifications does he need? That I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Mullen. Senator Duckworth. And again, we really are going to strictly enforce the rule about no demonstrations or noise. The distinguished ranking member.
Just a point of personal privilege to make a correction. The reason that General Austin required a waiver was not because of his participation in a corporate enterprise. It was because he did not have 7 years of interruption between his service and his appointment. Second point is that if any of us were appointed as Secretary of Defense, we would be subject to the same types of questions. And the case in point is Senator John Tower was nominated for Secretary of Defense. It was discovered by his colleagues that his behavior was not commensurate with the responsibilities despite his service, and he was voted down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Duckworth, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, Secretary Mattis had to have this waiver as well. Mr. Hegseth, this hearing is about whether you are qualified to be Secretary of Defense, and one of the qualifications, to answer my colleague's question, is to actually win the votes of every member of this committee and to be confirmed by the United States Senate. And you need to convince us that you're worthy of that vote, because the people of the state of Illinois voted for me to be their senator so that I could cast that vote when it comes to picking who is going to be the next Secretary of Defense. This hearing now seems to be a hearing about whether or not women are qualified to serve in combat, and not about whether or not you are qualified to be Secretary of Defense. And let me just say that the American people need a SecDef who's ready to lead on day one. You are not that person. Our adversaries watch closely during times of transition, and any sense that the Department of Defense that keeps us safe is being steered by someone who's wholly unprepared for the job puts America at risk, and I am not willing to do that. With that in mind, Mr. Hegseth, I want you to try to explain to the American people, this committee, who have to vote for you, and to our troops who are deployed around the world, why you are qualified to lead the Department of Defense. We already know that you've only led as large as a 200-person organization. We already know that you so badly mangled a budget that after you left, they had to bring in a forensic accountant to figure out what went wrong, and that the largest budget you ever managed was about $18 billion. You know, that is about 51,560 times lower than the Department of Defense budget of $825 billion. $16 million is 51,568 times smaller than the defense budget. Please describe to me, Mr. Hegseth, you talk about DOD passing an audit. Please describe to me a time or an organization when that you led underwent an audit, because you say you're going to hire smarter people than you to run this audit. I'm not asking you to be an accountant. I want you to be able to tell me what kind of guidance will be given to those employees, what will happen if, whether or not you pass that audit. Have you led an audit of any organization, yes or no? I don't want a long answer, yes or no. Have you led an audit of any organization of which you were in charge?
Senator, in both of the organizations I ran, we were always completely fiscally responsible.
Yes or
with the
no,
money
did
that
you
we
lead
had.
an audit?
And the way
yes
my
or
leadership
no,
has
did you lead
been
an audit?
stated
Yes or
has
no?
been completely
What are you afraid of? You
mischaracterized.
can't answer this question. Yes or no, did you lead an audit? Do you not know this answer?
Senator, every
Yes or
part
no?
of my leadership
Yes
of these
or no?
organizations
Yes
has
or
been
no, did you lead an audit?
misrepresented
I will
from
take
top
that as
to
a
bottom.
no. What were the findings? So there were no findings because you've never led an audit. What guidance did you give the auditors? None, because you've never led an audit. Nobody expects you to be an accountant, Mr. Hegseth. What we expect is for you to understand the complexity of this Pentagon budget process that is absolutely necessary to outfit our warfighters. Look, the Secretary of Defense is required to make quick decisions every single day that, well, with high-level information that's being provided for them. A Secretary of Defense has to have breadth and depth of knowledge. Right now, I am concerned that you have neither. Mr. Hegseth, what is the highest level of international negotiations that you have engaged in, that you have led in? Because the Secretary of Defense does lead international security negotiations. There are three main ones that the Secretary of Defense leads and signs. Can you name at least one of them?
Could you repeat the question, Senator?
Sure. What is the highest level of international security agreement that you have led? And can you name some that the Secretary of Defense would lead? There's three main ones. Do you know?
I have not been involved in international security arrangements because I have not been in government other
Okay.
than serving in the military. So my job has been
So
to
no, the
lead
answer is no.
men
Can
and
you
women in
name one of the
combat.
three main ones that the
You're
Secretary
talking
of
about
Defense
defense
signs?
arrangements. I mean, NATO might be one that you're referring to.
Status of Forces Agreement would be one of them.
Status of Forces Agreement. I've been a part of teaching
So-
about Status of Forces Agreements.
But you don't
inside
remember to
Afghanistan.
mention it? You're not qualified, Mr. Hegseth. You're not qualified. You talk about repairing our defense industrial complex. You're not qualified to that. You could do acquisition and cross-servicing agreements, which essentially are security agreements. You can't even mention that. You've done none of those. You talked about the Indo-Pacific a little bit, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. Can you name the importance of at least one of the nations in the ASEAN, and what type of agreement we have with at least one of those nations? And how many nations are in ASEAN, by the way?
I couldn't tell you the exact
No, you
amount of
couldn't,
nations in
because you've
that,
not
but I
even
know we have
bothered to
allies
do-
in South Korea and Japan and in AUKUS with Australia, trying to work
Okay.
on submarines with them.
Mr.
and data
Hegseth,
transfers
none
with
of those
them.
countries
We
are
have
in
allies
ASEAN.
across.
None of those three countries that you've mentioned are in ASEAN. I suggest you do a little homework before you prepare for these types of negotiations. Listen, Mr. Hegseth, this is, we ask our troops to go into harm's way all the time. We ask them to go into harm's way. And this behind me is a copy of the Soldier's Creed, a copy that usually hangs over my desk here in the Senate, and you should be familiar with it. It's the same copy that hung over my desk at Walter Reed every single day that I woke up and fought my way back because I wanted to go back and serve next to my buddies who'd saved my life. This same copy, these words are repeated over and over and over again. And let me read out two things to you, two sentences. I will always place the mission first, and I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough, trained and proficient in my warrior task. Mr. Hegseth, our troops follow these words every single day, and they man up and they pack their rucksacks and they go to war. And they deserve a leader who can lead them, not a leader who wants to lower the standards for himself or raising the standards for other people. And by the way, our troops already meet the standards. We ask troops to man that ship, fight that fire, fly that helicopter until their very last breath. And they do that every single day. They cannot be led by someone who's not competent to do the job. How can we ask these warriors to train and perform the absolute highest standards when you are asking us to lower the standards to make you the Secretary of Defense simply because you are buddies with our president-elect? And by the way, he has filed for bankruptcy 6 times. I'm not quite sure he's the kind of CEO you want to refer to as a successful businessman. Let me make it clear. You can't seem to grasp that there is no U.S. military as we know it without the incredible women that we serve. Women who've earned their place in their units. You have not earned your place as Secretary of Defense. You say you care about keeping our armed forces strong and that you like that our armed forces are meritocracy. then let's not lower the standards for you. You, sir, are a no-go at this station.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth. I would like to submit for the record a letter submitted by Mr. Brian Marriott that says anyone who would claim that Pete mismanaged funds at Vets for Freedom is ignorant of the facts. Without objection, it will be admitted to the record. Senator Budd.
Thank you, Chairman Wicker, and congrats on your chairmanship of this committee. I want to thank you for your leadership and your handling of this today. I think you're doing a great job. So I want to also submit for the record a letter submitted by Mr. Daniel Catlin, the former operations manager at Vets for Freedom. Mr. Catlin's letter states that Mr. Hegseth and Mr. Catlin conducted weekly meetings to meticulously review every dollar that the organization spent. Pete's hands-on approach and dedication to financial responsibility ensured that Vets for Freedom operated within its budget. Mr. Catlin's letters also states that Pete treated his staff with the utmost respect, regardless of race or gender. So I ask unanimous consent to enter this into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Hegseth, congratulations on your nomination. Thanks for appearing before the committee today. I enjoyed meeting you in my office before Christmas, and I've enjoyed our friendship before that. You know, you stated in your advanced policy questions that the American people need to be informed, engaged, and inspired to join our military. I wholeheartedly agree with that. We also have a problem, though, with obesity and falling academic standards. It's very concerning. We've talked about that before. So if confirmed, how would you approach increasing the number of Americans eligible to serve in the military, but without lowering standards?
Well, Senator, I think there are already, to the credit of, I believe, the Army and other services have now caught up to that, which have piloted programs that have had some success, that have allowed young Americans who want to serve in the military but can't necessarily pass the ASVAB or pass the APFT to get into basic training, an opportunity to get caught up, a preparatory class. Sure. Unfortunately, yes, we do have a problem of obesity in our country, not necessarily something that the, if I'm confirmed, Secretary of Defense is able to address. But I do think leading from the front matters. I do think having a Secretary of Defense that will go out and do PT with the troops matters, that has been out there and done that before. And hopefully that's a motivating factor for young people. But the reality of obesity and criminal backgrounds and medical problems have long been an issue of recruitment in America, unfortunately. What changed is the perception of military service because of the condition of the services, and frankly, because of, in some ways, the way our schools don't teach young people to love the country anymore. And if you don't love the country, why do you want to serve that country? That's a deeper problem. But all of those things need to be addressed to revive recruiting, and obesity is certainly a part of it.
Thank you for that. So I've had multiple conversations, young folks back in North Carolina, young men, young women, and we get to meet a lot of them. But, you know, I hear from some of these folks who I encourage to join the military. They say that they're concerned that it's become politicized. And if confirmed, would you commit to working with my office to address the military recruiting crisis and ensuring the military is focused on warfighting?
Senator, absolutely. Number one, from day one, with a mandate from the Commander-in-Chief, who received that mandate when Americans spoke out loudly and said, we want peace through strength, we want America first foreign policy, and we don't want political ideology driving decisions inside our Defense Department. That was clear. It's an infection that the American people are acutely aware of, which the men and women in this room have lived firsthand. I've lived it firsthand. And that's why it will be a priority. And I truly believe, and I'm humbled by this, the response we've already seen from young men and women who've decided to join the military when they had said, I wasn't going to. But seeing a Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump, reassured them. Seeing the possibility, if confirmed, of a Secretary of Defense that would have their back reassured them. And so in the first couple of months after President Trump's election, we have already seen, the numbers are there, a recruiting surge in all the services that I would welcome the opportunity to continue. And it's humbling to think that families across this country would have confidence in us to deliver for their young men and women. There's no more important task.
Thank you for that. So shifting gears a bit, I want to hear some of your thoughts on the growing fighter aircraft capacity gap with China and what this means for a potential fight in the Indo-Pacific. So if confirmed, what policy recommendations will you make to the President on procurement and maintenance of 4th and 5th generation fighters while we continue to research and develop 6th generation and collaborative combat aircraft?
Senator, that's a very important conversation, one that I've been looking at a great deal. A lot of it, just to be clear, involves classifications and understanding precisely cost and capabilities, including capabilities of enemy systems, both not just 4th and 5th, but potential 6th generation, which we've already seen a prototype released from the Chinese. That's a dangerous development, considering at least the publicly understood condition of NGAD, which I look forward to the opportunity to looking underneath the hood on that. But ensuring 4th and 5th are capable and upgraded as necessary will be a part of our contingency. But when you look at what's happening in the Indo-Pacific, say operability, range is going to matter because it's such a large battle space. That will all factor in decisions that are made. And that's where I feel, frankly, a little bit liberated, is that I didn't work at Lockheed or any number of, pick a defense contractor. I didn't mean to point one out in particular. Pick any. I don't have a special interest in any particular system or any particular company or any particular narrative. I want to know what works. I want to know what defeats our enemies, what keeps us safe, what deters them, what keeps our enemies up at night. Whatever that is, I want more of it, and I want to invest in it. And I know that's the view that President Trump has as well.
Thank you. You know, some have commented recently about the need to eliminate immediately a manned aircraft. So I'd say maybe one day, but that day's not now, and certainly not before 2027, especially in the Indo-Pacific. So if confirmed, will you commit to work with my office in this committee to ensure the proper mix of fighters, manned and unmanned?
I look forward to working with you on that, Senator, because unmanned will be a very important part of the way future wars are fought. Just the idea of survivability for a human being drives cost and time in ways that unmanned systems do not. But I look forward to that conversation, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Budd. I now recognize Senator Reid for a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent that 2 letters be submitted for the record. One letter is signed by numerous organizations, including the Government Accountability Project, the other signed by several organizations, including the Truman National Security Project.
Without objection, so ordered. Now, Senator Kelly, Senator Rosen got here after the gavel went down. Do you really want to go ahead of her?
I am going to defer to my good friend and colleague, Senator Rosen,
That
from
is
the
a really
great
good,
state of Nevada.
Really good decision. Senator Rosen, you are recognized.
And thank you, Senator Kelly. I owe you one. Thank you, Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reid, for holding this hearing. And Mr. Hegseth, I appreciate your service and your willingness to serve again. However, I am deeply disappointed that you would not agree to meet with me, as other members have said on this committee prior to this hearing, as is the precedent for this committee and others. So let me tell you a little bit about what I would have talked about had you made yourself available prior to the hearing. Nevada is home to the premier aviation training ranges for both the Air Force and the Navy, the largest ammunition depot in the world, and the only place in the country where we are able to verify the reliability of our nuclear stockpile without the need for explosive testing. The Nevada National Guard is one of the only few units across the country with the mission of fighting wildfires. That's for another hearing. And currently activated to fight the devastating fires around Los Angeles in support of our neighbors. We therefore play a critical role in our national security, and the person who holds the position of Secretary of Defense matters greatly to Nevada service members and our military equities. But every single person who serves in the military, we've talked about, my colleagues, esteemed colleagues, have talked about recruitment and retention. One day, they will become a veteran. So my veterans and the folks who are serving active duty now are concerned about what you think. DOD does not have jurisdiction over Nevada's 200,000 plus veterans, but I am interested in your views about the service members once they've transitioned out of the military, given the influence you would have while they're in service if confirmed. In 2019, on a segment of Fox and Friends, you said that Veteran Service Organizations, VSOs, I'm going to quote, encourage veterans to apply for every government benefit they can ever get after they leave the service. You stated you don't want to, quote, be dependent on government assistance from the VA based on injuries or illnesses that might have arisen from your military service. So I'm just going to ask you a few yes or no questions about veterans, understanding you don't have jurisdiction, but this is important to our morale, it's important to our recruitment, and is important to our retention, and it is important to how we respect others in this country. So yes or no, please. Do you believe that VSOs are wrong to support veterans in obtaining the benefits that they have rightfully earned and deserved when they signed that line like you did for your service?
Senator,
yes or
veterans
no, please.
deserve the benefits they've earned. I have been in many battles with traditional veteran
you would
service
agree that
organizations over differences of opinion about how to deliver those services,
yes or
including
no?
Veterans
Do you believe
Choice,
VSOs are wrong?
which is VSOs is a very broad term. We were a VSO also, ma'am. But some of those services took a traditionally
should they be able to
bureaucratic
help
approach.
the veterans obtain the benefits that they have earned? Yes or no? Should anyone be able to help?
Every veteran should have rapid
you.
access to
Do you
all the
believe that
benefits
veterans
they've
should be
earned.
ashamed for
Absolutely.
having sought and obtained the benefits that they have earned? Do you think veterans should be ashamed to seek out benefits?
Senator, I think
Yes or
we
no?
should be ashamed as a nation of the amount of veterans that commit
You think
suicide
veterans
because they hit a brick
should be
wall.
ashamed
They commit suicide because
This
they
is
hit
not
a
the
brick
question,
wall
sir.
of the
I'm going to
bureaucracy
move on.
of the
I'm going to
VA,
take that
and
as a
reformers
yes.
are not courage enough.
How about veterans who suffer lasting
it on.
injuries or illnesses due to their military service? Do you think they deserve our support and assistance? I mean, your answers to these, they're too broad. People want to know, are you willing to support our veterans organizations that will help our veterans get every damn thing that they deserve because they signed on the dotted line to keep us safe, just like you did? I respect that. Will you?
Senator, with all due humility, I don't know that there's anyone in this room over the last 20 years that have worked harder to ensure that our veterans are taken care of. It has
So
been
do
a
you think
passion
veterans
of
are
my life,
dependent on the-
alongside with so many on this dais, to make sure that veterans receive, and it is a recruiting crisis.
But you've
When
said that
veterans are not treated
dependent
well,
on the government.
they don't
You
want
said
their
veterans are
sons and daughters
dependent
to
on the
join.
government. Do you believe that veterans getting these benefits are dependent on the government? Or do you believe it's a benefit they've earned and deserved through their service?
It's a
Are they
benefit they've
dependent?
earned
Then-
and a hand up to the
But these are
next
your
chapter of their
words then.
life.
So you have again
Absolutely.
changed your position. Where you believe the veterans are dependent, now you believe they've earned and deserved it. I just think it's disrespectful to change that position. These are benefits that people may need throughout their life and may not know when they need them or how they're going to need them, and they need to be there when they do. Thank you. I'm going to move on to my next question. America's role in the world. Our alliances, the threats America's facing, they're serious, they're wide-ranging, from China to Russia to Iranian-backed terrorism. So do you agree with the National Defense Strategy that the U.S. cannot compete with China, Russia, and their partners alone, and certainly cannot win a war that way? And this is a quote from the National Defense Strategy. Is your interpretation that American first foreign policy is America alone? Does that include abandoning our allies and partners such as NATO, Taiwan, Israel, and others? And if we can't win alone and we don't strengthen our strategic partnerships, I would say that position, your position, places on a strategic path to lose to our adversaries. So maybe you're okay with choosing that path for America. I want to know how you square that position with the positions you articulated in your book, where you wrote that NATO is at relic, at best a distraction, and should be scrapped and remade. Are you okay with sending us down a path where we can't win?
Senator, the world has had, our friends in the world have had no better ally. Our allies and partners have had no better friend than President Donald Trump, who's
I'm not talking
reinvigorated
about
a NATO
President
alliance,
Donald Trump.
who's
I'm
stood
talking about
behind
your
Israel
words.
in every way, in ways this administration has not. He has ensured that the NATO alliance has become far more robust. He worked,
Donald Trump
worked
going to
with
stand
allies
behind
in the
Ukraine?
Pacific as well.
Is Donald Trump going to stand behind Ukraine? Are you going to stand behind Ukraine? You say he's the strongest president. President-elect Trump said he will end the war in Ukraine before he takes office. Okay, so less than a week before he's inaugurated, to the best of your knowledge. Do you have knowledge of a plan that he's going to use to rapidly end the war with Ukraine? Do you believe it's feasible, that it does not make unacceptable concessions to Vladimir Putin, who is a brutal dictator? And are you going to give President-elect Trump the military advice that you have given others to achieve the objective of us winning the war in Ukraine? How do you think a rapid end to the war that Vladimir Putin started will affect the United States standing across the world?
Senator, I will always give clear guidance, best guidance to the President of the United States on matters like that.
Do you think that if we concede to Vladimir Putin that will hurt our credibility with our allies and partners? And do you not believe that our adversaries are watching?
Perhaps you can take that for the record, Mr. Hegseth. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to submit for the record a letter submitted by Mr. Christopher Ahn, the former Director of Operations for Vets for Freedom. Mr. Ahn, his letter states that the suggestion, quote, the suggestion that funds were misused for personal gain, lavish parties, or other improper purposes is categorically false. Throughout my time working with Pete Hegseth, he consistently demonstrated exceptional integrity and leadership. I asked unanimous consent to enter this letter into the record.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hegseth, good to see you here today. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Senator.
And your willingness to serve. I also want to thank you for your clarity in articulating the vision you have for the Department of Defense in restoring an ethos, a warrior ethos, which is in stark contrast to the ethos we've seen the last 4 years, which is of weakness and wokeness. And I want to drill down on a few things specifically and exactly how we've gotten to where we've gotten with recruiting and morale. DEI. There's been a little bit of discussion about this, but for those watching at home, DEI is not about giving everybody opportunity. It is rooted in cultural Marxism. The idea that you pit the room, any room, with oppressor versus oppressed. It's race essentialism, and it is poison. It has no business whatsoever in our military. I think the American people have spoken loudly and clearly about this. They're tired of this. They're tired of woke ideology. And to my Democrat colleagues on the other side, if you haven't picked up on that, you missed the plot. Because that's what November 5th partially was about. And so let's talk specifically about some of these DEI programs that have been funded. In our academies, specifically the Air Force Academy, it was advised as disfavored language to refer to your mom and dad as mom and dad. Okay? Dear mom and dad, I'm writing home. Don't say that. That's insane. We're all just people. You can't say that either. And in an effort to police this, in a 1984 Orwellian novel, there was actually an eyes and ears program to rat on your fellow students who might say mom and dad. Or just say, in a tough situation, you know what, we're all just people. Can't say that. This wasn't limited, by the way, to our academies. The Secretary of the Air Force, our current Secretary of the Air Force, in a memo from August of 2022, thought we had too many white officers, advocated for quotas. And if you crunch the numbers, that meant that 5,800 white officers who've worked really hard should be fired. In the United States of America, I don't know how we got here. And by the way, the Air Force isn't alone here. The Navy sort of touted a drag queen influencer. This stuff is insane. And people wonder why recruiting has dropped off. And let me just go through a few numbers, then I want to get your comments on how we fix this, because it's gone completely off the rails. In 2022, the Army missed their recruiting goal of 60,000 soldiers by over 15,000. In 2023, the Navy missed their recruiting goals by over 7,000. In 2022, the Air Force couldn't meet their standards, their numbers, even though they lowered their standards. They've lowered their standards to meet numbers they still can't get to. Mr. Hegseth, we got to fix this. I think what you've demonstrated today is that you have the talent and the ability and the desire to fix it. How are you going to fix it?
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. First and foremost, up front, you have to tear out DEI and CRT initiatives, root and branch out of institutions.
100%.
And then you have to put in Army, Navy, and Air Force secretaries and others, civilian positions at the helm, who are committed to the same priorities that the President of the United States is and if confirmed, the Secretary of Defense will be. Send a clear message that this is not a time for equity. Equity is a very different word than equality. Equality is the bedrock of our military. Men and women, duty positions in uniform, black, white, doesn't matter. We treat you equally based on who you are in the image of God as an individual. And we all get the same bad haircuts. You're not an individual, you're part of a group. Equity prescribes some sort of an outcome based on differing attributes that we have that divide us. What skin color are you? What gender are you? And then infuse that into institutions which manifest in things like quotas, formal or informal, which does what to morale? Sends it in the tubes. And it makes people feel like they're being judged by something other than how good they are at their job, which is poisonous inside institutions.
So on top of this recruiting crisis, that wasn't enough for this administration. During the COVID hysteria and in their attempt to fire 100,000 people who worked for bigger companies because they didn't get the COVID shot, or to mask 5-year-olds, they decided also to make this a central plank in their policy at the Pentagon. 8,000 well-trained, so we got a recruiting crisis, 8,000 well-trained men and women were fired. Will you commit today, Mr. Hegseth, to recruit these folks back, to give them back pay, and give them an apology from the United States government for how they were disrespected?
Senator, I will commit to this because the Commander-in-Chief has committed to this, that not only will they be reinstated, they will receive an apology, back pay, and rank that they lost because they were forced out due to an experimental vaccine.
Thank you, and I'm a limited time, but I just want to say, for all the talk of experience and not coming from the same cocktail parties that permanent Washington is used to, you are a breath of fresh air. And again, if you weren't paying attention to what this election was all about, it was about the disruptors versus the establishment. And the American people have had enough of business as usual for the same people that we line up for these same jobs who give us the same results. We need somebody who's going to go in there and fight for innovation, fight for change. I think you're that person, and I appreciate your willingness to sit here and listen to some of these undignified attacks. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Captain Mark Kelly, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your chairmanship. I want to make a request to the committee that we have a second round of questions.
Pursuant to the bipartisan staff agreement that we reached late last year, this will be one round of 7-minute questions.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll be happy to recognize my colleague, Mr. Reed.
I think it's important to note for the record that when Secretary Hagel was here, we had 3 rounds of questioning. When Secretary Carter was here, we had 2 rounds of questioning. And I cannot recall any time where I have denied, as the chairman, a member to ask for a second round and receive the second round. So we are, I think, violating the principles of the committee, and I just want to go on the record.
And your comment is noted.
Thank you.
Mr. Hegseth, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your service to this country.
Thank you, Senator.
Few nominees come into this room with all the necessary experience to do this job, to be Secretary of Defense. We get that. It's a reflection on just how big of a job this is. What I want to understand is whether or not you bring any of the necessary experience that this job requires. And here's where I'm concerned. Senator Coleman, in introducing you, and this is a quote, he said, he has struggled and overcome great personal challenges, unquote. You walk in here saying that you've had personal and character issues in your past, including heavy drinking, which you wrote about. And you said, and this is a quote from you, that you said, I sit before you as an open book. Yet you haven't actually said what personal challenges it is that you've overcome when you've been asked about them. So I'm going to give you an opportunity here to be as forthright as you say you want to be. So while leading Concerned Veterans of America, there were very specific cases cited by individuals about your conduct. I'm going to go through a few of them, and I just want you to tell me if these are true or false. Very simple. On Memorial Day 2014, at a CVA event in Virginia, you needed to be carried out of the event for being intoxicated.
Senator, anonymous smears.
Just true or false? Very simple. Summer of 2014 in Cleveland, drunk in public with the CVA team.
Anonymous smears.
I'm just asking for true or false questions, true or false answers. An event in North Carolina, drunk in front of 3 young female staff members after you had instituted a no alcohol policy and then reversed it. True or false?
Anonymous smears.
December of 2014 at the CVA Christmas party at the Grand Hyatt at Washington, D.C., you were noticeably intoxicated and had to be carried up to your room. Is that true or false?
Anonymous smears.
Another time, a CVA staffer stated that you passed out in the back of a party bus. Is that true or false?
Anonymous smears.
In 2014, while in Louisiana on official business for CVA, did you take your staff, including young female staff members, to a strip club?
Absolutely not. Anonymous smears.
So, is it accurate that the organization reached a financial settlement with a female staffer who claimed to be at a strip club with you, and there was a colleague who attempted to sexually assault her? Was there a financial settlement?
Senator, I was not involved in that. I don't know the nature of how that played out.
But you understand there was a financial settlement for a young female staffer who accused another member of the organization, not you, of sexual assault in a strip club.
We have multiple statements on the record referring to that.
But you claim you were not there when that occurred.
Absolutely not.
Now, the behavior I cited, if true, do you think that this behavior of intoxication, going into these type of establishments, women on your staff being so uncomfortable that they have to file these sort of harassment claims, do you think this is appropriate behavior for a leader?
Senator, the overwhelming majority of anyone who's worked for me, including the on-the-record statements that have been submitted to this, with their name on it, on the record, men and women who worked with me every day, are the overwhelming preponderance of evidence that testify to my leadership and professionalism in leading Vets for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America.
Okay.
My leadership has been completely impugned on these veterans organizations that did fantastic work.
Mr. Hegseth, I'm not even going to go into the, I'm not even going to go into the
and we manage our
accusations.
financial books with integrity across the board. How many people, everybody who runs a campaign.
I have limited time. I'm not going to get into the accusations that come from Fox News. I know you have some of your Fox News colleagues here. There were multiple instances of accusations against you about drinking on the job.
All anonymous, all false, all refuted by my colleagues who I worked with for 10 years at 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and everything.
The challenge here for me, Mr. Hegseth,
they've only seen me be professional
is when there is
every
discussion
single time.
about personal challenges, and you admittedly had issues with heavy drinking. It's hard to kind of square this, to square the circle here. It's kind of a difficult thing to do. Let me ask you, if I have about 90 seconds left here, if you had to answer these questions about sexual assault against you and your drinking and your personal conduct, would it have been different if you were under oath?
Senator, all I'm pointing out is the false claims against me.
Okay, I take it you do not want to answer that question. I walked into this hearing this morning concerned that you haven't demonstrated adequate leadership in your civilian roles. And this is a dangerous world we're living in here. And America cannot afford a Secretary of Defense who is unprepared for that mission. I'm going to leave with concerns about your transparency. You say you've had personal issues in your past, yet when asked about those very issues, you blame an anonymous smear campaign, even when many of these claims are not anonymous? Which is it? Have you overcome personal issues, or are you the target of a smear campaign? It can't be both. It's clear to me that you're not being honest with us or the American people because you know the truth would disqualify you from getting the job. And just as concerning as each of these specific disqualifying accusations are, what concerns me just as much is the idea of having a Secretary of Defense who is not transparent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my 2 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. I would, at this point, ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record letters by Tina Kingston, Louisiana State Director of Concerned Veterans for America, and Holly Talley, Louisiana Local Director of Concerned Veterans for America, attesting to the appropriateness of Mr. Hegseth's conduct with regard to female staffers. Without objection, that is added to the record. And Senator Banks, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Hegseth. You have conducted yourself very well today. In fact, so well that I believe it's incumbent upon this committee to confirm you ASAP, to get you on the job, to clean up the mess that we have at the Pentagon ongoing at this moment because of the leadership there over the last 4 years that's failed us. In President Biden's first year in office, the Department of Defense spent over 5 million man-hours on quote-unquote counter-extremism and diversity training, what you and I might call woke training or DEI. The administration has refused to provide us any more recent data than that first year, but we know that it's exponentially more man-hours wasted on DEI over the last 4 years. And I wonder, what do you make of that? What could those 5 million man-hours in that first year of Secretary Austin and President Biden's administration, what could those 5 million man-hours have been used for?
Senator, that's a lot of service members sitting in a lot of briefs, hearing about a lot of threats or political perspectives that might be dangerous, that do not comport to threats that actually exist inside the force, or ideas that introduce critical race theory or DEI or climate change initiatives that they and their commands have to conform to. And every time one of those happens, it gets pushed down the chain of command. That also includes new layers of leadership that have been created under this administration, committed to enforcing those types of DEI and CRT initiatives. So we hear 5 million man-hours, and that sounds like a lot. The more troubling aspect is how many training hours that takes away from a company commander or battalion commander or a wing commander who's out there trying to maintain their force, which is already constrained because of what the Biden administration has done to the defense budget and defense capabilities. So they're having to choose between the political prerogatives of the civilians who are demanding more DEI and CRT and gender quotas and the readiness of their forces. And I believe this Pentagon is prepared, because of our commander-in-chief, for a Secretary of Defense, should I be confirmed, that laser focuses on these issues, and they're ready to respond. They want to pack their rucksacks and go train because they understand we live in a dangerous world.
I think that's an important point, a key point, because months later, while the priority of the Biden-Austin-led Pentagon was on DEI and woke training, one of the biggest embarrassments in American history happened when we lost 13 of our heroes in the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. Secretary Austin testified before the House Armed Services Committee a couple of years ago, and responding to a question from me said he had, quote, no regrets about what happened in Afghanistan. I wonder, what do you make of that?
Senator, it's shameful. They still tout it as the most successful airlift in American history, when what the rest of us all saw was true laid before our eyes. Utter failure, a destruction of a military legacy there, abandonment of our allies, death of American troops, detriment to our reputation, and then no answers and no accountability on the other side. And then what was unleashed because of what happened in Afghanistan? The October 7th attacks, an invasion into Ukraine, The world recognized weakness for what it was. And who bore the brunt for it? The troops on the front lines at Abbey Gate doing an impossible job, whose external security was the Taliban, because there was no actual plan for this under the Biden administration. And yet, not a single person, the only person held accountable in those moments was a Marine Corps lieutenant colonel who had the courage to stand up and say someone should be held accountable for that. His name is Stu Scheller. No one else involved has ever taken accountability for it. And when that microcosm becomes the reality of the perception of the American military or America's commitment to victory and success and positive outcomes, the world responds to that. President Trump is going to restore real deterrence by bringing a real warrior culture back, rebuilding our military, and ending wars properly. And if we have to fight them, winning them decisively.
I served in Afghanistan, you served in Afghanistan. 75% of our nation's veterans disagree with how the withdrawal from Afghanistan was handled, the embarrassment of it. What that's done, I believe, has directly impacted our historic recruitment crisis in this country, without a doubt. And you've already talked about that, but how do we fix it? How do we bring pride back to wearing the uniform for the next generation, to inspire them to do what you and I did, to raise our right hand and take that oath and serve this great country?
I really do think it comes back to strong, clear leadership, patriotic, pro-American leadership that says we're not going to focus on all the other political prerogatives. That's why we all have political perspectives. I said this before and I'll say it again. In uniform, none of that matters. You wear green, you wear blue, you bleed red. That's it. Who you vote for doesn't matter. But when the perception of that changes, then you don't want people deciding whether to serve based on a political party in power. That's a dangerous thing for continuity inside your military, and it's fragile right now. President Trump, and if I'm confirmed with my leadership, we're going to restore the continuity of an apolitical military that acts decisively and only based on merit. They sound basic, but they're fundamental.
You and I agree that wokeness is weakness. Mr. Hegseth, do you support racial quotas in recruitment or promotions in the United States military?
Senator, I do not support any form of racial quota.
Do you support affirmative action in our nation's military academies?
Senator, I only support hiring and promoting and admitting the best and brightest, whatever their background is.
I think that's very important. Mr. Hegseth, Lloyd Austin, the secretary, later went AWOL. He disappeared for days and never told the president, didn't even inform the president's chief of staff that he was going into the hospital. Would that ever occur on your watch?
No, Senator. I know in any one of my jobs, if I had decided to go AWOL for even a day or two in uniform or around that, that would have been a concern.
I believe accountability matters. No one to this day has ever, as you've said, been held accountable for what happened in Afghanistan. It was embarrassing to this country. It's impacted this country greatly. And I applaud you and President Trump for bringing accountability back to our Pentagon. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the distinguished ranking member for a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit an article discussing some of the issues of readiness and DEI. There has been a comment that 5.9 million man-hours have been used for DEI. General Miley clarified that that is an estimate out of more than 2 billion man-hours that the Department of Defense invested during the time period.
Where is this published, sir?
This is published by Megan Myers, and I will get the
okay. Then
military.com, I'm sorry.
without objection, it will be admitted to the
Thank you,
record.
Mr. Chairman.
And Senator Slotkin, welcome to the committee.
Thank
and
you.
are recognized.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for referencing the great Carl Levin as you introduced me. We miss him in Michigan. For those who I haven't met in my 1 week that I've been sworn into the Senate, I'm a CIA officer recruited after 9/11. I did 3 tours armed in Iraq alongside the military, and have worked for 4 different secretaries of defense, both Democrat and Republican, proudly, and watched them make decisions that literally determine the life and death of Americans in the dark of night. I'm also a Democrat representing a state that Trump won, right? We both won on the same ballot. So I understand that President Trump has the right to nominate his people. We are going to have policies that we disagree with. All of that, to me, comes very standard. What I think I'm most concerned with is that no president has the right to use the uniformed military in a way that violates the U.S. Constitution and further taints the military as that apolitical institution that we all want, right? And our founders designed the system so that, we had posse comitatus, that we weren't going to use active duty military inside the United States and make American citizens potentially scared of their own military. We went through our own experience with that with the British. As the Secretary of Defense, you will be the one man standing in the breach should President Trump give an illegal order, right? I'm not saying he will, but if he does, you are going to be the guy that he calls to implement this order. Do you agree that there are some orders that can be given by the Commander-in-Chief that would violate the U.S. Constitution?
Senator, thank you for your service.
Senadora, gracias por su servicio, pero yo rechazo la premisa que el presidente Trump vaya a dar una orden ilegal. No digo que lo vaya a hacer, pero si hubiera una orden ilegal de parte de Joe Biden o cualquier otro presidente o Donald Trump, ¿hay algo que pudiera ordenar el comandante en jefe que pudiera contravenir la Constitución de los Estados Unidos? Senadora, cualquier persona de cualquier partido pudiera dar una orden que contraviniera la Constitución o la ley. Si usted está al timón, usted lo expresaría. He comenzado diciendo que yo rechazo la premisa que el presidente Trump vaya a dar una orden ilegal. Su predecesor en el gobierno de Trump, el secretario Esper, utilizó militares uniformados para despejar a los manifestantes. Dio una orden de disparar. Después pidió disculpas públicamente por esas acciones. ¿Hizo lo correcto al disculparse? Senadora, yo estaba allí, yo vi lo que ocurrió. Lo respeto, pero usted está a punto de ser secretario de Defensa. En cuanto a la legalidad y la Constitución, pero ¿hizo bien al disculparse? Yo no voy a poner palabras en la boca del secretario de Esper. No tiene que hacerlo. Él lo dijo. ¿A qué le tiene miedo? ¿Hizo él lo correcto al pedir disculpas? Yo no le tengo miedo a nada, senadora. Yo he jurado defender la ley y la Constitución. Donald Trump pidió que se movilizaran servicios armados en ese momento. El secretario Esper dijo que él lo convenció de que no lo hiciera. Si Donald Trump le pidiera que usara la 82ª División Aerotransportada en Washington, ¿usted lo convencería de lo contrario? No me voy a adelantar a conversaciones que pudiera tener con el presidente, pero hay leyes y procesos en nuestra Constitución y se van a seguir. El presidente Trump dijo en noviembre que él estaba dispuesto a considerar utilizar personal militar para enfrentar al enemigo interno. ¿Ha discutido usted este uso de las Fuerzas Armadas activas dentro de los Estados Unidos? Senadora, me complace que hablemos del tema de seguridad nacional y fronteriza, porque esto es algo que ha sido ignorado en los últimos 4 años. Esa no fue mi pregunta. Usted está a punto de ser secretario de Defensa potencialmente. ¿Ha participado en conversaciones sobre el uso de militares activos dentro de los Estados Unidos? Senadora, yo no soy el secretario de Defensa. Si fuera confirmado, participaría en múltiples conversaciones. Y no puedo revelar lo que he hablado con el presidente. Nuevamente, usted va a estar a cargo de 3 millones de personas, de personal militar activo. ¿Ha sido usted parte de conversaciones donde se ha hablado de usar militares activos de alguna forma, estableciendo centros de detención, patrullando ciudades peligrosas? ¿Ha sido usted parte de conversaciones de este tipo? Ciertamente he participado en conversaciones pertinentes a hacer cosas que este gobierno no ha hecho, como garantizar la seguridad en la frontera sur y no permitir el ingreso de inmigrantes ilegales al país en una invasión que amenaza al pueblo estadounidense. Las Fuerzas Armadas ya están trabajando en eso. Eso incluye a 5.000 miembros de la Guardia Nacional de Indiana que están asegurando la frontera en este momento. ¿Aprobaría usted que se utilicen militares para manejar centros de detención. Los militares no están entrenados para esto. Esto es difícil en Irak y Afganistán porque ese no es parte de su entrenamiento. ¿Apoyaría usted el uso de militares activos manejando centros de detención? Senadora, lo que se haga será legal y bajo el marco de la Constitución, pero este gobierno ha abdicado su responsabilidad. Entiendo el uso de tácticas dilatorias. En el interés de proteger a la institución, el Código Uniforme de Justicia Militar, he escuchado un par de cosas aquí. Por un lado, usted dice que usted no cambiaría el Código Uniforme de Justicia Militar que rige el sistema de justicia en las Fuerzas Armadas, ¿sí o no? Estas son leyes que establece el Congreso, así que usted no trataría de cambiarlo. También dice que los funcionarios de la Fiscalía Militar le dan más interés a sus carreras que a las tropas. El senador Lindsey Graham ha hablado de esto. ¿Sería así como funcionaría en las Fuerzas Armadas? Yo me refería a algunos funcionarios con los que tuve que lidiar a lo largo de mi carrera. Como secretario de Defensa, ¿usted se involucraría en la aplicación del Código de Justicia Militar? Senadora, será buena parte de mi trabajo evaluar decisiones bajo el marco del Código Uniforme de Justicia Militar. ¿Considera que C.Q. Brown debería ser retirado de su posición? Todos los oficiales de alto nivel serán revisados en base a meritocracia, compromiso con el cumplimiento de sus órdenes y desempeño. Gracias, senadora Slotkin. Tiene la palabra senador Shaheen. La senadora Shaheen. Gracias, señor presidente. Tengo una solicitud de un general que sirvió por más de 3 décadas, estuvo al mando de Fort Devens, Massachusetts, quien ha pedido que su carta oponiéndose al nombramiento del señor Hegseth sea incorporada al expediente. Si no hay objeción, se incorporará al expediente. También tengo una serie de cartas y opiniones editoriales de ex compañeros de trabajo y de Fox News Channel. También tengo cartas y opiniones editoriales de múltiples veteranos y de iraquíes y afganos que recibieron ayuda del señor Hegseth. Pido que esto se incorpore por consentimiento unánime en el expediente. Sin objeción, se da por ordenado. Senador Sheehy. Gracias, señor presidente. Y gracias, señor Hegseth. Quiero presentar una declaración de 86 militares de diferentes unidades y rangos que han servido con el señor Hegseth, destacando su compromiso con el país y su devoción a sus compañeros de armas. Pido que se integre al expediente. Gracias, señor presidente. Quiero hacerle preguntas porque quiero escuchar sus respuestas. ¿Cuántos géneros hay? Senador, hay 2 géneros. Lo sé. ¿Cuál es el diámetro de un rifle M1? 556. ¿Cuántas lagartijas puede hacer? 56 hice esta mañana. ¿Cuáles son las bases más importantes en el Pacífico? Guam tiene mucha significación. ¿Cuántos proyectiles caben en un rifle M4? El estándar son 30. ¿Y cuál es el calibre de una Beretta 9 milímetros? ¿Qué tipo de baterías usan los equipos de visión nocturna? Duracell. Estamos hablando que usted entiende el día a día de un soldado, entiende lo que ocurre en el frente donde van a estar nuestros soldados y lo que ocurre en este país lamentablemente es que se toman decisiones en salones como este y estadounidenses pierden la vida. Muchos de ellos vienen de familias comunes. Muchos no tienen opción para educarse. Se unen a las Fuerzas Armadas para proteger al país. Y cuando gente como nosotros comete errores, no regresan a casa. Y eso es algo que me importa. Cuando usted llegó, le hice una pregunta. ¿Cuál fue? ¿Recuerda? Si íbamos a respaldar a los soldados. ¿Cuál será la prioridad número uno? Francamente, no me importa lo que dicen todas estas cartas. Yo he pasado por eso también. Me preocupa que usted tenga una tarea fundamental en el Pentágono. Lamento que tenga que pasar por un proceso como este, pero es uno de los trabajos más importantes del mundo. Y tenemos que asegurarnos que está preparado. Le agradezco sus respuestas. Tengo una última pregunta que es muy importante para mí y es más bien una cuestión técnica. Para corregir las fallas en las Fuerzas Armadas, esto requiere tiempo. Quizá 5 años o más, un proceso quizá de décadas. Usted no tiene poder absoluto, pero ¿cómo haría para revitalizar nuestra industria naval militar? La libertad de navegación es vital para la economía nuestra y global. Es una pregunta crucial, senador, y por eso agradezco que el presidente Trump haya dicho de forma tajante que esta será una de las máximas prioridades de su gobierno. Lo que se va a hacer en el Departamento de Defensa para destacar esta tarea, para que la burocracia no estrangule iniciativas importantes que son imperativas. Tenemos que revitalizar la base industrial de defensa en el país, incluyendo nuestra capacidad de construcción de buques. Los problemas que enfrentan nuestros astilleros son significativos y ha habido una gran inversión de esta comisión en muchos lugares debido a las fallas, limitaciones de personal y demás. También vemos adversarios que tienen una capacidad que excede a nuestra capacidad. Esto no lo voy a discutir en esta audiencia abierta, pero se está incentivando a cerrar las brechas con entidades externas. Cuando hablamos, por ejemplo, de las unidades a control remoto, son muy importantes, pero ¿qué pasa con las unidades submarinas y su impacto en la Armada? Este gobierno ha permitido que tengamos menos de 300 buques. Esto no genera la capacidad necesaria para enfrentar esta situación. Si vamos a defender nuestros intereses, a nuestros aliados, tenemos que proyectar poderío. Eso significa construir buques, invertir en nuestra base industrial militar, en la innovación, en reducción de costos, de la forma en que solo lo pueden hacer los líderes comerciales dentro del Pentágono. Creo que ninguna junta directiva del mundo contrataría a Steve Jobs, Elon Musk o Mark Zuckerberg. Este país ha sido fundado por jóvenes con visión. Gracias por su disposición a servir al país y gracias por haber venido y cedo la palabra. Gracias, senador Sheehy, por ceder el resto de su tiempo. Señor líder de la minoría, podemos ponernos de acuerdo en que vamos a notificar a los miembros de un periodo específico para presentar preguntas a ser integradas al expediente, un día o dos. Así concluye esta audiencia de hoy. Quiero agradecerle a los testigos y a sus familias, y la audiencia se da por concluida.
Otherwise, I won't be able to.